Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Pawtucket School Committee meeting on Tuesday, February 9th, 2021 at 6:32 p.m. Ms. List, please take a roll call.
Ms. Finello.
Here.
Ms. Gibby.
Here.
Ms. Grant.
Here.
Mr. Knight.
Here.
Mr. Larby.
Here.
Mr. Marino.
Here.
Mr. Chavez.
Here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask Dr. McWilliams to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, before we move to the public participation portion of the meeting, I just want to acknowledge the advocacy on both sides of this issue within our community. I want to applaud the voices and the concerns and the emails that we've all received from people on both sides of this issue. It has been, for the most part, thoughtful, respectful, and what a real democracy should be. People sharing their ideas and their difference of opinions and their difference in solutions. So with that said, I thank everybody who has joined us virtually tonight and those people who have lent their time and their talents to our discussion of this issue over several months. A little bit of housekeeping. Our clerk, who has done a masterful job coordinating all the emails and public participation, has been in contact with everyone who has signed up to speak tonight. She has notified them at my direction that they will be allotted 3 minutes. At the 2-minute mark, for those who are speaking, you will hear Miss Liss just speak out that you have 1 minute remaining. I would ask all speakers to maintain that 3-minute time limit so that we can get through everybody and that everybody has an equal opportunity to share their thoughts and their opinions. So with that being said, I will now turn it over to Ms. Liss. She will read the speakers in the order in which their request to speak was received. Mr. Christina will access them into the meeting, and then they can share their comments and opinions with this committee. Ms. Liss?
The first speaker is Ms. Megan Wagner.
And we were going to ask if you're on the call, just to make it easier for us to bring you in, if you could do a hand raise when your name is called. If you're on the phone, it's *9. If you could do that to raise the hand. If you're on a computer, you'll see the raise hand at the bottom, or hit the more section there that'll come up. It'll just make it a little easier for us to find you on the list. Thank you. Okay, she's coming into the room now. You will need to unmute your mic. It looks like your mic is muted right now. If you are on a phone, it doesn't look like you're on a phone, but just as to remind everybody, it's *6 on the phone if you need to unmute. If you're on a computer at the bottom, you should see a button that says unmute.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can.
All right, I can't see me, but I can hear me, so that's fine. Anyway, moving on. So I wanted to thank you for allowing me to speak today. Basically today I wanted to say that as a paraprofessional with 8 years of experience working in the educational field, I understand the importance of the work that we are trying to do here for young people. I have been in person as many as of our essential employees have been. And I have had to entrust in my administration to keep us safe. and to provide for both my students and families, as many have been asked to do. Now I will also flip my hat as a parent. I have 4 Pawtucket students, all that have been home. I have a first grader who missed part of his kindergarten year. I also have an IEP student who has not had access to in-person learning for now going towards a year. With him specifically, I fear extreme regression in his social emotional health. His disabilities, although may not be seen to the naked eye, I cannot overrule his need for access to supports with his executive functioning and his focus. I worry about the challenges he may face if we continue to keep him at home. I do worry so much about my 7-year-old as well, but I do understand that my community cannot all go in person. So as I decided to keep 3 out of my 4 students home, I did not prioritize the needs of my first grade student. He cries. He tells me that he is tired and his eyes are strained. But I had to prioritize the needs of my IEP student over my 7-year-old. Knowing that there are only 4 months left, I had to decide that it was more important to transition my IEP student and not
You have
my
1 minute left.
Okay, moving forward, I know that it is important to look at the logistics of the situation. I know that with some asynchronous and synchronous learning, we may be able to navigate both sides. I also know that we have to prioritize mental and social emotional health, and I think that we need to get all hands on deck. Not social workers and paraprofessionals, but all hands on deck. I do ask that you consider both sides and prioritize getting our students in as soon as possible. Thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you, Ms. Faucia.
Mr. John Baxter Jr.
Mr. Baxter's coming in now. Oh, Mr. Baxter, you're muted.
Can you hear me now, Hirsch?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. Well, as a former member, I've been hesitant to speak before you, but something's come to my attention that's compelled me to do so tonight and offer an apology. To start, what seems lost in this discussion, what parents are simply asking for is equity and choice. Yet observing your comments in meetings and in the media, that doesn't necessarily be acknowledged. What's becoming evident is sides are being drawn and the debate is centered on virtual learning versus live instruction, when the discussion should be about providing both. Parents were offered the choice prior to each semester, only to have that choice taken away. What's impossible to accept, though, is the scrapping of the virtual academy. I don't need to remind anyone in this meeting about the man hours that were brought to bear in establishing this academy to provide an alternative delivery of education for those parents, their students, and the teachers who chose not to return to live instruction. You could have allowed the virtual academy to proceed, then taken your teachers and students who chose live instruction and allow them, in the beginning, to proceed virtually until you deem the schools fit for their return. Had you simply done that, we very likely wouldn't be having this discussion tonight. But you scrapped it, you removed choice, spent untold thousands on safety equipment, then scrapped the superintendent's plan because of concerns with inconsistencies in delivery of education. This is an issue of your own creation. Now, I didn't come to this conclusion completely on my own. I'm not that clever. So before you contest it, understand this is coming from your own teachers and administrators who are on the front line and possess this elevated level of knowledge. You should acknowledge that much and then allow for the superintendent to repair it so the parents have that choice, that same equity that's been granted to the parents and students of every other district in the state. It's wrong to receive a concern from a parent demanding that choice and then assign it to a supercharged rhetoric or false narrative. These are real concerns. It's not about choosing sides, and it's not political, but you're making it political based on your words and actions. You shouldn't feel compelled to defend your position versus finding a solution to satisfy all of your district's students and parents, especially given COVID cases are decreasing while vaccinations are increasing. It shouldn't be an us versus them argument, although it clearly has been between this body and the governor and commissioner. And while this committee has been liberal in assigning those who oppose your decision as coming from a false narrative or supercharged
You have 1 minute left.
those labels, this feud with state leaders should never be what drives your decision, either whole or in part. It's what I feared early on, and that fear continues today. I'm compelled to speak to you tonight because that fear has been confirmed to me by one of your own. Folks, this can't be a factor in your decision making. You've been asked to look past the supercharged rhetoric and false narrative and listen to those who want equity and choice. And finally, understand, I get it, all right? I've been in your position. I can attest it's a thankless job. You won't please everyone. You're always going to be judged by your decisions. But we weren't obstinate. We didn't rebel against pressure or assign labels. We worked cooperatively with our leaders to achieve positive results, did great things, and we never took the position that we were more qualified to determine the best educational outcome for our students than the superintendent to whom we assigned that duty to. Let her do her work. And remember, we're all in this equally as citizens, taxpayers, and voters. We're the reason why you're repairing and replacing schools. Please listen to all you people in your power to make this happen. In closing, I would ask the committee's indulgence as I extend an apology to the leadership of the Pawtucket Teachers Alliance and the membership it serves. In editorial comments, I say that the school committee's decisions came with the support and endorsement of the Alliance. While true in part from the media reporting and my review of their statement, I'm sorry for how those comments were interpreted and construed. I could have done better to clarify those comments, or I could have chosen to not offer them at all. I'm now clear on where the issue lies. Thank you for listening, folks. I wish you well in your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Baxter.
Ms. Jade Maralanda.
Coming in right now. You'll need to unmute your mic. I believe your mic is muted.
And am I still muted?
There you go.
Okay. Let's see. I'm just not sure if I'm in there or not.
You're good to go.
So I have spoken to the committee before already. I just wanted to go in and reassure the members of the committee that this, and the community, that this is by no means a mad dash for the initiative that we're trying to push every student back to school, because that has been a narrative that has been set, and that's not our goal. Our goal is to make sure that the committee understands who we are serving. So I'm here just to reinforce the ideas of Pawtucket parents who are underserved in our community. I, being one of those parents, have a great concern for the misleading idea that one size fits all. As it stands, the current virtual model is not working for my child, many other students in Pawtucket either. I have heard too many times that members of this committee think the virtual model is working for them just fine. It's actually kind of really an insult. I feel only a slap in the face to parents who are trying so desperately to help their students to get at minimum on track by this idea that virtual is just working and it's fantastic. But I don't feel like it's fantastic. It's the reverse in my case. It just doesn't make sense to make a blanket statement for so many when there are so many who are falling through the cracks, falling behind, and not meeting with success. However, there are many solutions to the distance versus in-person model. It starts with the community and the committee making the investment in our school, not only for pretty buildings, but for safety, for security, for equity, and foundation in our system. The committee has a unique opportunity. A surplus is presenting itself. I want to urge you all to use this surplus to invest in our children who are already in the school district, the students of today, and our future, and our city's future. Invest in the high quality educators that we need. We have some, but we definitely need more. Evaluate our educator recruitment practices. That's where the money can go. And add diverse staff to our teachers and our community that help our support systems. Add more because they are most certainly needed now more than ever. Social workers and mental health specialists. Increase special educators for evaluations and support staff that offer students MTSS, multi-tiered level of support systems that are at every level that students need. Offer a hybrid scenario for parents whose students are not benefiting from the distance model because they need more structure. Invest in a robust technology department that works for the students in the district, since Chromebooks are just not going to go away. We cannot ask parents in a global pandemic and in an economic crisis to provide their children with a free, appropriate public education. That is the job of our city, our state, and our federal government. It's our job as parents to make sure that our community and our committee is being held accountable to give our students those things. Instead, invest your surplus in our students. Give back to the students when it has been our misfortune often to not have enough in past years. Instead of the idea that this surplus might somehow save the council or the city, we need to make sure that we save our children and their education. We want you to consider what would happen if virtual learning would continue. We want you to look at the data and assess the students of how they're performing right now. Look at their grades, look at their absenteeism. Use that data to make your decision tonight, because the students are not performing, and no test, standardized or IXL or iReady, are going to tell you where our students are truly, except for what they're doing in the classrooms today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marulanda.
Ms. Kathy Baker?
I'm going to ask if you could, okay, good. Thank you very much for raising your hand. Coming in right now.
Hello, everyone. I see some familiar faces. Didn't think I'd be here today. It's good to see a few of you. If you can hear me well, we can start the buzzer or the timer, I guess it's called. But I never thought I'd be walking away from public school system, but this past September, as I drove past my daughter's school, I looked for contractor vehicles or workers doing some type of activity. I saw none. Why were they not preparing for the COVID school year? My initial thought was correct. They are not planning to open up. My family was fortunate to be able to make other arrangements for my daughter's education. Based upon last school year's shutdown, I witnessed that a normal school setting was essential for her education. Learning in her bedroom, staring at a screen was not conducive to her education. I knew she would fall behind. I asked to speak today for the voices and the faces of the Pawtucket students that I see each day as I walk through my neighborhood. I see the lost, sad look on these young faces. The question of when will this change? Why don't adults want me back in a normal school setting? They share how distracted and uninterested they feel. I see the physical, emotional, and mental toll it is taking on the kids. No prom, no graduation, no homecoming, no clubs, no sports. They are restless. Parents are seeing the physical, emotional, and mental toll it is taking. Parents have stated my child is more angry and showing signs of depression. Please, if this is you listening to this today, tell someone. I pray that we do not see the increase of suicidal thoughts and actions that have taken place in other states. The CDC rate of children in emergency rooms has skyrocketed for mental health reasons. What about the abused, neglected children who are not being recognized and identified on a daily basis at school?
You have 1 minute left.
During this time as well, we do not need more hurdles on us. Why can't we go back? CDC experts, Fauci, if you follow him, have stated that children need to go back to school. Private schools have proven they are safe. Even the Archdiocese of Boston, with 37,000 teachers and students, have found only 3 cases to have originated in school. As our children fall behind, have you left your home, went to the grocery store, doctors, hairdressers, walked the aisle at Home Depot? If you have, explain to me why being with children in a protected environment is more dangerous. Our children will never make up the lost year that has been taken from them. When did we walk away from just plain old common sense? Look at the children, read their face, watch their actions. Take yourself back to when you were a child. These are the prime years of their lives. Children need community, they need friends, fun, activities, some form of normal. We can stay still and move forward. Get our schools open. We are a community and we can do this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Ms. Sarah Steelbach?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. All right, so my name is Sarah. I'm a parent of 2, soon to be 3, and I'm a resident of Pawtucket. And I am here to ask this committee to reconsider their decision on full distance learning for the children of our city. and give parents an option to choose between distance learning or in-person learning. There is multiple valid reasons for why we have to bring kids back to school, but tonight I'm just going to highlight the ones that worry me the most. And I want to ask this committee tonight when voting to think, please, with depth about the risk, the children at risk of social exclusion, the increasing gap to access to equal education due to distance learning between families from different economic, social, cultural, and ethnic backgrounds, that the schools sometimes, unfortunately, are the only safe space for children that live at very risky and vulnerable households, not to mention the multilingual parents' struggle to teach our little ones in a language that is not ours. Seguro que muchos de vosotros compartís mis dificultades enseñando fonética a nuestros pequeños. You told us that you were firm on your decision because you need a consistent plan a consistent message to send to the families. But with all of due respect, what is consistent about this world that we are living in right now? I am speaking here today to ask you from the bottom of my heart to see as parents, not as enemies, not as angry citizens, but essential stakeholders when it comes to make decisions for our children's future. It's been almost a year since we started teaching children at home, but now time is up. What have you actually been doing? All the school districts of Rhode Island and Massachusetts have found a successful model that can combine in-person and distance learning. The CDC is telling children to go back to school. Fauci himself reiterated that last week. When you voted unanimously for distance learning, the level of informality of that Thank you. The level of informality of that meeting was unacceptable. Tonight, we don't want to hear again, I have not done a lot of research, or I'm not an expert, or my computer has no more battery, or I don't have kids. But do your research, reach to experts, get out of your chair and charge your computer. We have no documents to reach and read your reasons. No contingency plans have been submitted to the community for us to review. And last but not least, a parent last meeting offered you his expertise in epidemiology. Today, I am offering you my multilingual skills to reach out to our incredibly diverse and polyglot community. Also, a proposition to track the virus. Do batch testing. Thank you. Cornell University in Upstate New York are an institution in batch testing. Call them tomorrow, ask them advice. Use your multi-million surplus to find solutions for our children. Don't forget that you have the greatest responsibility that any local elected official has, and its children's equal access to education is in your hands. Tonight, I'm asking you, I'm telling you that it takes a village to raise a child. Be part of the village and be part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Silva.
Ms. Whitney Caduto, my apologies if I mispronounced that.
Okay, can you hear me?
You're good, yes.
Okay, perfect. Good evening. My name is Whitney, and I am a kindergarten Pawtucket teacher. I just want to speak out in favor of in-person learning and share my experience while we were in person with some people that may be unfamiliar with how it actually worked out. My classroom has 18 students and 2 teachers. Students were spread out at individual desks about 2 feet apart because that's all the space in the room would allow for. We were under quarantine twice due to 2 separate cases where the virus was contracted outside of school. In both cases, no other student or teacher contracted the virus from these 2 cases, even when we were only 2 feet apart and teachers were never farther than 6 feet apart from the students and wearing masks. During in-person learning, students in our classroom had consistent attendance on a daily basis before and after both quarantines. Since recently moving to virtual learning in December, classroom attendance has decreased from a 94% attendance rate to a 78% attendance rate. Student skills have decreased, and many of the skills students demonstrated mastery of back in December have been lost over just this short amount of time. Our students were able to maintain skills and attendance when engaging in short periods of virtual learning, but anything longer than that has proven to not be effective, and in my specific classroom has proven to hurt students academically, socially, and emotionally. I would just like to touch on a couple things that I've heard from this committee over the past couple of months that are really concerning. The first one is the main reason for not allowing in-person option. It seems to change meeting after meeting. First, it was air filtration, then the city positivity rate, then let's wait for a vaccine, and now it's switching of teachers. I believe it was Mr. Braun who brought up the great point that children under 16 will not be getting a vaccine. And while teachers are soon going to be eligible, that doesn't mean that every teacher is going to get it and it's their choice to get it or not. The vaccine cannot and should not be a reason to keep the in-person learning option closed. The switching of teachers excuse, you may not be aware, but the switching of students, teachers happens on a yearly basis, probably more than it should. And as you've stated in previous meetings, children are resilient. And yeah, they are. And just as much as you make a case for children being resilient and being able to tough out long-term distance learning, a case needs to be made for students being able to transition to a new teacher. In conclusion, there's many people in support of staying virtual, and there's many people in support of being back in person. There's no one-size-fits-all solution, but my confusion is around why 7 people get to choose one side over the other without even exploring ways of making both options a possibility and allowing the parents of our children to make the decision that they feel is best for their children. I would like to end with one thought that I always bring myself back to when I'm tired or feel like giving up at the end of the day. I would not have a job or be an educator if there were no children. There would be no schools or school departments or school committees, for that matter, if there were no children. We are here because of the children. We have these positions because of the children. And why is it that we never ever make decisions with those that employ us, the children, in mind? I show up to work every day for the children and because of the children, not because there's a paycheck or an easy 9-to-5 job with summers off, because it's certainly far from that. I show up for these children, for their future and for the future of our country. And all I and other parents are asking is that this committee does the same and shows up for the children of Pawtucket. Give them a chance. Give everybody an option to choose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ashley Hudson?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Ashley Hudson, and I am a 2nd grade MLL teacher in the district. I am a teacher who is ready to go back to school in person. I am here tonight to ask the committee to reconsider the decision made for students in grades 1 to 12 to do distance learning for the remainder of the year. I feel families should have the option for in-person learning. Distance learning is going well for some students, but there are challenges that come with it that impact the amount and quality of their education and cause many students to struggle. Many of these challenges are no one's fault. They are just the reality of distance learning. One challenge is the technology. All students have access to Chromebooks and internet hotspots, but they don't always work properly. On a daily basis, I hear students say things like, the internet is lagging, it's glitching, it kicked me out, I can't hear you, we can't see your screen, you're frozen. Most days, students and teachers are kicked off of meets multiple times. This causes a disruption to the lesson and students' learning, as well as added frustration. Also with technology, my 7 and 8-year-olds are trying to learn how to navigate a computer and keyboard while also trying to learn how to read and write. A lot of time is spent showing students how to complete an activity and what buttons to click, rather than spending more time on the actual content. Some activities that might only take 5 minutes in a classroom take about 20 minutes virtually. When students are having a hard time, it is difficult to find solutions to problems because I can't just walk over and fix their computer for them. I spend a lot of time each day troubleshooting technology problems, which takes away time from teaching and learning. Another challenge is some students need more of a hands-on approach to learning, especially elementary students. My students have all been given a bag of supplies to help with this, but my students are 7 and 8-year-olds who lose things and break things simply because they are little and still learning. I can't just give them a new pencil or whiteboard right away like I would in person. And if they can't find their things during the lesson, they have to just sit there and watch while the rest of the class practices. When students are struggling and getting frustrated with a new concept, I can't immediately give them a new tool or manipulative to help. There is a lot of teacher talk and teacher demonstration.
You have 1 minute left.
Students have to watch experiments through a screen and are not able to explore things the same way. Distance learning is just not as hands-on as in-person learning is. These challenges, as well as many other challenges I have not mentioned, make distance learning difficult for a lot of students. My students try their best, but they've been doing this for almost a year and are running out of steam and losing their motivation and losing their love for learning. Families should absolutely have the option of choosing distance learning for their children, but for some families, the benefits and need for in-person learning greatly outweigh the risks. Families understand these risks and are still asking for in-person learning. That is why I feel that families should have the choice. One final thought, if students remain on distance learning for the rest of the year, many of my future 2nd graders will have spent more time on a computer than in a classroom. No matter what decision is made, I respect this committee and will continue to provide the best education possible for the children of Pawtucket. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
Mr. Ron Beaupre.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent McWilliams, members of the school committee. I am Ron Beaupre, I'm president of the Pawtucket Teachers Alliance. Recently, false data has been quoted in the mainstream and social media stating that 70% of union members want to return to in-person instruction. No such survey data exists. Based upon surveys conducted by the Alliance, 62% of our members report that they are most comfortable teaching in a remote learning environment until a vaccine is made available. At no time have our members been asked about their desire to return to an in-person instructional model. Desire does not matter. There is not an educator in the world who does not desire to be standing in front of students in person, delivering their love for learning. And our hardworking, dedicated teachers and support professionals are ready, willing, and excited, though nervous, to return to in-person instruction when it is safe to do so. The Alliance leadership has been accused of refusing to allow members to return to in-person instruction. This is blatantly false. At no time in these past 11 years has the Alliance leadership caused a work stoppage of any sort. And contrary to the statements made on social media directing Pawtucket teachers to, quote, get back to work, our members have never stopped working throughout this pandemic. The only difference is where and how we are delivering instruction. Instruction has not been interrupted. My role as the president of the Pawtucket Teachers Alliance is to represent its membership as a whole. As I'm sure you can understand, consensus on issues involving public health in a global pandemic cannot be achieved. So what will it take to return to in-person learning? The CDC provided steps to climb to make our schools safe for in-person instruction. 1, equip schools with high-quality ventilation systems. Check. In December, air purifiers were installed in every classroom. 2, PPE must be provided and its use must be enforced. Check. The Pawtucket School Department has obtained, distributed, and stockpiled PPE. 3, physical distancing of students and schools must be maintained at a distance of at least 6 feet. This is impossible to achieve. Our classrooms cannot accommodate 20 to 30 students while separating them 6 feet from one another, a task even more challenging in the high school setting. 4, maintain stable groups of students. This can be achieved partially. Elementary schools are by design mostly stable groups of students who travel together as a class. So check for elementary schools. The design of cohort groups in the middle level could allow for stable groups with a slight redesign of the schedule. The very nature of a high school schedule makes this impossible. Finally, there is no question that teachers will be required and students will be required to stay out of school due to illness. With the lack of available substitute teachers, there will be times when classes of students will be required to have a remote learning day or several days with little time to notify parents. I come before you this evening as the president of the Pawtucket Teachers Alliance and a 4th grade teacher in favor of returning to an in-person instructional model for our elementary school students and a thorough review of possibilities for in-person instructional model for our middle level students. The Pawtucket Teachers Alliance remains steadfast in its belief that the safety measures to mitigate transmission of COVID-19 cannot be achieved in our high school settings. Therefore, our professional opinion is that the most educationally sound approach for the high school students at this time is the distance learning instructional model, and a return to in-person instructional model would jeopardize the health and safety of our high school students and staff. Mr. Chairman, members of the school committee, and Superintendent McWilliams, the decision you have before you is not one that can be taken lightly. You have done an amazing job working to ensure the safety and well-being of our students and staff, despite the criticism spread in mainstream and on social media and in the community. Thank you for your unfaltering commitment to safety. For all the reasons I have presented, the members of the Pawtucket Teachers Alliance stand ready, willing, and excited to begin the process of returning our students, first in the elementary schools, to an in-person instructional model of education. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Beaupre.
Ms. Megan Conley.
Chairman Charbonneau, members of the school committee, my name is Megan Conley. I am your constituent and the parent of an elementary school student who receives special education, speech, and occupational therapy services. I appreciate the difficult decisions you've had to make throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. These are extraordinary times. I understand there are reasons some families desire a return to in-person learning right now, but I also ask that you consider why families who would choose to stay with distance learning need reassurance from you that their students will have consistency by staying with the same teachers, special educators, and therapists throughout the rest of the school year. The consistency which you, the members of the school committee, guaranteed to us with your prior vote. Members of my immediate family live with respiratory conditions which put them at higher risk of dangerous symptoms if infected with COVID. And due to the demands of my work, I rely upon my parents, adults in their 60s and 70s, to assist with childcare. I suspect many Pawtucket families are multi-generational, and older adults are at greater risk of requiring hospitalization or dying if they are diagnosed with COVID-19. I cannot risk their health by sending my student into a classroom, especially with the new, more infectious strains of COVID which have been circulating. However, my dilemma is that my child needs consistency. He has been with his classroom teacher for over 5 months now and has worked with his special educator, speech therapist, and occupational therapist since kindergarten. What guarantee can you provide that students who choose to remain in distance learning, especially children with IEPs, will have the same educators and therapists? Will I be forced to choose between setting my son back months of educational progress or the health of my loved ones? Please think about that so-called choice you'll be forcing upon so many families. Families who live with pre-existing conditions, children with respiratory disorders, multi-generational families. What type of choice are you offering them if you make the shift to in-person learning at this time? The COVID-19 pandemic is far from over. More contagious strains are circulating, and our vaccine supply is not yet sufficient, far from sufficient, to protect our community. I ask that you consider these factors and the impact upon the community as a whole if you do revisit your decision from January 12th. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Conley.
Ms. Jessica Gomes.
You'll need to unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
All right. Hi, I'm Jessica Gomes. I decided to come to this meeting as well because hopefully finding a good answer, sorry, I can't think of the words. I get nervous on the thing, but I have 2 high school students and I have an elementary student. My 2 high school gen ed, one's in 12th grade, the other one is in 9th grade. My 9th grader, she's fallen so far behind. She misses her friends, the socialism. She's going through depression, anxiety. It's just a tough situation. She needs that structure inside of a school. In regards to my youngest, he's 8 years old. He has an IEP. I have to sit all day long with him on that computer because he cannot navigate on the computer. He can't get from one class to the next into the meets. He's having a hard time in a classroom full of 2nd graders, but he's at a kindergarten level. He needs that one person. He needs that one-on-one. He needs that structure. He needs the socializing. It's very, very tough on these kids. And all we're asking is just please give us the option, whether or not we want to send our kids to school or not. With my son, it's a big risk because he does have a compromised immune system. But my son is regressing in some areas. This whole socializing part, he doesn't even want to go outside no more. You ask him who's his friends. I don't know. He doesn't have friends. please, when y'all think of this decision, think about how these children are hurting mentally, academically. It's all in one. Like I said earlier, just please give us the option, whether we want to send our kids or keep them home. Yeah, there's risks, but my kids need the education. Please, just when y'all make this decision, please think about it long and hard and think about what's best for these kids. Because to be honest, being home on computers that sometimes go out, there was a time where we haven't had internet because every hotspot we moved, every hotspot didn't work. We missed 3 days of school. But then I ended up in the hospital because their dad don't make sure they're on the computer. So what happens? My kids miss school. Please, it's affecting the children, it's affecting the parents, it's affecting a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomes.
Ms. Martha Gomes?
You'll need to unmute your mic.
Hi, everybody. Not sure if you can hear me or not. I have the world's worst internet here in Portsmouth because we are on an island and it's known to be terrible. I'm not going to take my 3 minutes. I think that I just want to respectfully say thank you so very much to you and to all of the participants who have spoken so far. And thank you, Mr. Beaupre, for doing such a wonderful job representing us. I sent a letter 2 weeks ago to each and every one of you. Thank you, Ms. Bonolo, for responding and taking the time to acknowledging the receipt of that. I just am begging that you consider every one of these please consider getting as many children as you can back in person. As a 4th grade teacher at Curvin, I can tell you this has been the hardest thing that we have done in 20 years. It has been a mental struggle on our students, on the families, but what nobody has mentioned is how difficult and the struggle it's been on the faculties. We are struggling too. We miss our kids. It's causing such a depression in your staff to continue to teach to a 2x3 screen, to not know our kids, to not see them make the progress they should be making, to not know beyond academics what their needs are, to not give the structure that they desperately want. My kids want to be in the classroom. I need them to be in the classroom. So I'm not going to take your 3 time. You have 20,000 other people coming. Thank you for your time, for your consideration. I know it's not an easy decision. Please listen to the professionals around us, from Fauci to Dr. McWilliams to your educators, and most importantly, your kids. Most of them want to and need to be here. Give them that choice. We can make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomes.
Ms. Christina Dupree?
Can you hear me? Chairman Charbonneau, Deputy Chairperson Doobie, school committee members, and Superintendent McWilliams. My name is Christina Dupree. I'm the Vice President for Secondary of the Pawtucket Teachers Alliance and a math teacher at Tolman High School for the
Oh, Ms. Dupree, you just froze. Ms. Dupree? Hirsch, can you
There has been,
Oh, Christina, you just froze. If you could go back there, we couldn't hear you after you said secondary. We can't hear you right now.
can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I have major concerns regarding the reopening of the high schools for the remainder of the 2021 school year. First, these students have been in a routine for the past 6 months. There has been a consistency to the program we've set up for the high schools for distance learning. To disrupt that can dramatically negatively affect attendance and the educational process. It's not as simple as saying we're reopening the high schools. There are so many factors that come into play. We don't have stable pods. There are close to 1,000 students at Tolman. It's very difficult to manage teenagers not to socialize and socially distance in a hallway during passing time, even if the passing time is staggered. It's an unrealistic expectation. There will be scheduling issues. There will be coverage issues. We will have to deal with classes that don't have teachers due to 504 plans, and students will need to acclimate to a new routine. With a few months left of the school year, why would we disrupt the current learning environment? Is it worth it? We have established a system, even though it's not ideal, it's better than disrupting it with a few months left of the school year. If it's disrupted, we run the risk of students not attending full in-person or a hybrid schedule. Our failure rates may increase. Unfortunately, we haven't heard many success stories throughout the state regarding in-person or a hybrid schedule at the high school level in a public school. The teacher ends up having 2 to 4 students in the classroom, with the rest of the class being virtual, and they're being taught by both at the same time. Or either a student or a teacher has tested positive for COVID-19 and they are quarantined at home for 2 weeks. Again, disrupting the consistency of a routine. At a prior school committee meeting, the superintendent reported data from a teacher survey that was given by her team. About 75% of the high school teachers who responded to the survey said they would prefer to stay on distance learning. The Pawtucket Teachers Alliance also gave a survey asking teachers if they were comfortable coming back into the building. We all desire and want to be back in the building. The question is, do we feel comfortable doing so, especially without being vaccinated for COVID-19 and knowing it's unrealistic that social distancing can be maintained in a high school with close to 1,000 students. The results from that survey given by the PTA, at JMW, 40% were not comfortable returning. At Shea High School, 86% are not comfortable returning. At Tolman High School, 78% are not comfortable returning. If you want us to teach in person, we'll do that. If you want us to teach hybrid, we'll do that. It's not what we want. It's what's most educationally sound. And the most educationally sound decision at this point in time for the high school is to stay for distance learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Preet.
Mr. Eric Alquin.
You'll need to unmute your mic.
Good?
Good.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Eric Aslan, and I'm a teacher at Goff Middle School. I spoke at the meeting in January advocating for not reopening schools at this time. I did not know what the outcome would be, but I was hoping my voice would be heard. I was surprised and relieved after the vote was decided. I said in my testimony and still believe today that history will applaud your decision. I say this knowing it could not have been an easy one. The pressure you're experiencing from politicians and some parents must be immense. I am truly empathetic to the plight of many parents. As I've always said, there is no perfect answer to this situation. I'm going to try to appeal to your minds, not your hearts, with facts. First, when I spoke in January, I mentioned how I'm a resident of Cranston. Pawtucket and Cranston have close to the same population, yet Cranston is much bigger in land area and has more affluent areas. However, Cranston has had more COVID cases throughout than Pawtucket. The difference, Cranston is a hybrid model, while Pawtucket has been full distance learning. The only time Pawtucket had more cases was when Cranston went full distance learning during the winter break. It has also shown that cases lag 2 weeks behind an event. 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, cases jump. Well, 2 weeks after Cranston reopened schools after they went to break, Cranston had the most cases in Rhode Island. In comparison to Pawtucket, Cranston had 646, while Pawtucket had only 353. Looking at this data, it's hard to believe that schools have little to no impact on community spread. Yet our print and TV media has framed it as we are the community that's doing the wrong thing. Our media, supposedly the fourth estate, has joined lockstep in manufacturing consent with our political leaders, blaming teachers' unions and suppressing data that doesn't fit their narrative. Would a journalist even be allowed to cite these numbers and write a piece stating that maybe it's Pawtucket that is following the data and doing what is right? Furthermore, to repeat what I said in January, a return would be a logistical nightmare for schools. All it takes is one break in the chain, as we've seen with desks only 2 feet apart in some classes, and the damage will be done. We will not have substitute teachers. Who in their right mind would substitute teach without health care during a pandemic? Nobody. The stable pods have broken down in schools across districts already. Teachers will be out sick and without subs. Classrooms will be combined with others. Within days of reopening, we will have whole classrooms sent home for 2+ weeks to quarantine. Classrooms will be very uncomfortable, desks in rows, no group work, no going over student one-on-one. Students and teachers will be wearing masks 6+ hours a day. Parents will have to decide whether to take a chance of sending their coughing child to school today, hoping nobody will catch it because he or she has to. This happens in other districts constantly. Finally, there was a headline in the Hartford Courant, January 29th. Connecticut school districts warn parents of potential March closures as highly contagious coronavirus strains become more prevalent. It's refreshing to see a proactive approach by state leaders, but this should also raise alarm that there's the possibility of closing schools right after making the decision to reopen them. Connecticut's leading epidemiologists and leaders have little to gain politically by warning families about possible school closures. The fact they did just that gives me pause that the pandemic will improve in the near future. To close, I really appreciate what you're doing as a committee. I grew up in Pawtucket and only moved a few years ago, but I've been teaching in Pawtucket for 15 years, love what I do and where I do it. I plan on retiring as a Pawtucket teacher. The last 5 years or so was the first time I actually saw improvements in our school system, and I anticipate it continuing. I understand this decision is one of the hardest you will have to make, but I truly believe that the decision you made in January was the correct one. I think too many people forget that unions are filled with parents, friends, and neighbors. We are people too. We are at risk too. I am hoping that the parents that want to reopen are also writing to their legislators and governor to get teachers vaccinated. Myself, along with so many teachers, would feel much more comfortable going into school if we were vaccinated. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Joe Braun.
Hi, I'm Joe Braun. I'm a professor of epidemiology at the Brown University School of Public Health and the parent of a first grader in the Pawtucket Public Schools. While I understand that not everyone is ready to resume in-person learning yet, I want to reassure the teachers, students, and parents that we can safely reopen our schools for in-person learning with appropriate mitigation techniques. And in fact, in contrast to what the last speaker just said, the national data, as well as several studies that have been released by the CDC in recent weeks and months, show that we can safely reopen schools with appropriate mitigation techniques and actually achieve COVID rates in schools among faculty and teachers that are lower than the rates in the communities that they reside in, even when there is high community prevalence. This scientific data strongly supports the position that we can resume in-person education for our youngest students, particularly K through 5, and this has been encouraged by many experts, including Anthony Fauci, as recently as 2 days ago. I and many other experts believe that the health, educational, and societal benefits of resuming in-person learning far outweigh any potential adverse effects that may come of it. As we see from emerging scientific studies, as well as personal stories shared with this committee tonight and 2 weeks ago, it is clear that there is a need for a large proportion of Pawtucket school children to resume in-person learning to optimize their potential and well-being. I believe the committee is not meeting its mandate to provide for the educational welfare of Pawtucket children by failing to provide in-person learning for this large majority of families who are requesting it. We are your constituents, and we are asking, not for everyone to go back to school. We are asking for the option to return our children to school. I understand that some parents aren't comfortable with that, and I'm not asking them to return to school if that's the case and they aren't comfortable with it. And while I appreciate the complexity of resuming in-person learning at this stage, it is the committee's responsibility to develop and implement solutions that they identify, including ones that are by their own design. Instead, we continue to hear reasons why we can't reopen. For instance, on October 14th, 2020, the chair presented 61 slides with reasons why individual schools could not reopen for in-person learning due to ventilation or spacing, yet no solutions were offered. Air purifiers were purchased, but they sat idle while the committee has continued to provide reasons to not offer in-person learning. I am afraid that Pawtucket schools will not reopen in the fall, and I'm not alone in sharing this concern. I believe this because COVID is going to be here in the fall. It's going to be here in 2022. And the same issues that forced you to decide to do virtual learning all this year are still going to be present next fall. Unless it rains money and we go through a construction boom to fix all of our schools, we will still have the same issues with regard to social distancing, poor ventilation in some schools, etc. So instead of coming up with excuses or reasons why we can't reopen, we need to find solutions and implement them now. I believe that a phased resumption of in-person learning now is essential to ensure that all Pawtucket students can return for in-person learning next fall. Not only will doing this now provide many of our students with the opportunity to resume in-person learning, it will thus ensuring their educational welfare, but it will also allow sufficient time to identify and solve any issues that arise with the resumption of in-person learning. In closing, I strongly believe that this committee should begin this phased reopening of the Pawtucket schools, starting with our youngest learners. And in the interest of full transparency, I would like to see the committee provide parents with information about this, as well as benchmarks and standards that are going to be used to make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Ms. Laurie Janzoff.
Good evening. My name is Lori Janzar. I am a lifelong resident of Pawtucket, and I've been teaching in the city for the last 26 years. My children went through the Pawtucket Public Schools. My oldest just graduated from JMW 2 years ago. And I would like to, first of all, thank the committee, thank the Pawtucket Teachers Alliance, and our leadership in the administration building. You guys have been rock stars with making sure that our safety, the safety of our children, the safety of our support staff is there. You've always put safety first, and I appreciate that. However, at this time, with the COVID numbers dropping, with the possibility of vaccinations on the horizon, I would like to go back to that plan that we developed this past summer and give parents the option. We all live in different circumstances. There are those of us that need to stay distant, and I completely understand that. But there's many of us that want to return to the classroom because we see our students struggling. We need to do what's best in both situations, and that comes by giving parents the choice. I, as a teacher in the 4th grade at Kirvan McCabe, can say that I've got a good group of kids that are pretty dedicated, but I'm starting to lose them. Distance learning is getting old. I have children who have been in closets trying to learn because that's the only place in their house that is quiet. We have children that are in overcrowded houses. We have children who don't have the ability to get support from their parents for whatever reason, and they're getting left behind. I invite any one of the committee members to please go to any one of our elementary schools, go into the office, and you will see bags of materials that have not been picked up. There is a population of students who have not had the luxury of a parent that can get to school to pick up the materials for distance learning. In summary, please consider allowing parents to have a voice, allowing teachers to make the decision if they're comfortable and everybody is able to return to the classroom. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Janzar.
Ms. Jennifer Kalor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jennifer Calori, and my two daughters are in the 4th and 5th grade at Fallon Elementary. I am a non-essential worker who has worked with the public throughout this pandemic. I've been forced to find a means of childcare. My children are watched by a family member half of the week that is 70 and not computer literate. This basically leaves my children to learning alone through a laptop. My once happy-go-lucky children are now depressed, short-tempered, and they continuously fight amongst each other. My 4th grader recently tested at a 1st grade reading level, not because she has a learning disability, simply because she's not paying attention. My direct questions to the committee are, why has the reopening plan not been updated since August 3rd of 2020? You, the school committee, voted for virtual learning for most Pawtucket students. I want to know, what is your justification for this, since you have not addressed the public with an answer other than once it's safe? Your definition of safe last September was having the ventilation systems updated. That was done. The state's doctor deemed it safe, and inspections performed by the state deemed the building safe. You contradict yourselves. You feel it is safe for certain children to go back in person, but not for everybody. There is now rumor that the reasoning for not opening is for vaccinations. If the committee keeps avoiding these questions, we will never know your thought process and can only speculate. I want answers. I want to know why, and with the why, I want scientific evidence to back it up, not opinions. My second question is, why do you have such a surplus of funds? This money could have been used if someone could have thought outside the box and came up with some creative ideas to make in-person learning happen, as many other towns in our state have. Why is this not being done? If something is being done with this money, let us know. Again, there is no communication. In Pawtucket, we have daycare centers, private schools, YMCA, Boys and Girls Club, dance class, and the list goes on. We do not see these places closing regularly for COVID. We in fact see that the schools have been safer than a lot of places. These are statistical facts. It is degrading to me as a parent and a citizen of the United States that I have to beg an elected group of individuals to allow my children to have the choice to go to school. But here I am, desperately asking for you to open the schools for those who want to go in person. If you decide again to not open the schools to those who want in-person instruction, I will advocate, and I will not give up until my children get the respect and education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cole.
Ms. Robin Coggins?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm Robin Coggins, and I'm actually here on a little different than most of the parents that are here, but I am a parent of a Pawtucket school teacher and a grandmother of 3 of the Pawtucket school students in elementary. And I commend the job that you guys have done, keeping everybody safe and the teachers. And nobody wants more for those kids to be back in school than the teachers do. But are we going to be able to do it safely? I mean, really, I know what the inside of these schools look like. I've been through them. The classrooms are small. You're not going to be able to social distance. There's just no way. Parents are looking for socialism with the kids so that they can be around each other, but can they really be around each other? They're not going to be able to. I mean, nothing's going to be the same about going to school. The same as nothing's the same with distant learning. I do have to say, though, we are very fortunate to have been able to do that, to do distant learning, other than just throw the education the whole year away. But to stop with the teacher bashing with some of these parents, I have to stand up for my daughter, and I'm going to, that you cannot compare her or any teacher to people that are walking into Walmart. Because where in Walmart do you see 20, 25 people sitting down at a desk with masks on for 6+ hours? You don't see that there at Walmart. It's a choice to go to Walmart. The teachers don't have a choice if you do the in-person. Now, I know most teachers, nobody wants it more than them to be in front of their class. And the kids want to go back to school, but we have to do it safely. And I don't understand why we've come so far, and with only a few months left of school, that we can't hold off at least until the teachers can get vaccinated. Why they're not on the top of the list, along with the healthcare workers, I'm not sure. But I do realize that that's a state issue. But I think that we really need to look at this from all aspects. But I have to say that the social media and what some people are saying about the teachers is it's a little disheartening, because I know that my daughter paid for her education to go to school to be an educator. She's not a psychiatrist. She's not a psychologist. She's a teacher. She's there to educate your child. So I would ask for a little sympathy for them, because I know that they're all struggling as well. And I thank you for your time. And I do thank you for keeping them all and our kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coggan.
Ms. Samantha Durenthal?
Unmute. There we go. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I am Samantha Darenthal. I have a 4-year-old son named Oliver. He is energetic and has an amazing teacher, and he is in the pre-K program at Fallon Elementary. He has a lot of energy, and we are lucky enough to have my husband be able to stay home with him during the day, which I know a lot of families are not. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background before I frame my statements. I want to talk today about calculated risk. We take calculated risks every day. We get in and out of the shower. We drive or ride in motor vehicles every day. These are some of the most dangerous things to do, but we take these risks. There are alternatives. We could walk to work or have a job where we walk. We could bathe outside of a bathtub, but we don't do that. We make alternatives. We don't use the alternatives because of the mental and physical strain it would take to do those things, right? So I want to talk a little bit about COVID, and I know it's not the same. We all know that COVID ravages the bodies of those who have severe cases. So we find alternatives to lower that risk to an acceptable risk that we're willing to take. We wear masks when we go grocery shopping. We don't gather with people outside of our homes, etc. These are things that we can do that are simple, but we're here today to talk to you about not having the option of returning to school and only doing online learning. Let's take a look at what it's like to be in a family that kind of fall into that larger, broader category. If we're abiding by all COVID guidelines, if you have an only child like my son, for the past 11 months, he would have not interacted with a single other child. I just want to let that sink in, because I have a 4-year-old who's around 2 adults all day, every day. He's lucky enough to be in the pre-K program, which is in and out a little bit, but there are other things. So children who have single parents or both parents have hourly wages. Thank you. They're forced into either breaking COVID guidelines, like we've heard, they have to stay with elderly parents or other people and risk contracting or spreading COVID, or they're forced into poverty by not being able to go to work. We have children who have parents who are working from home, and I can tell you that I give my son half the attention that he deserves when I am working from home. This is extremely stressed out parents and has its own implication. Children who fall in that gray area, who don't have IEPs, but still struggle with attention, who struggle with subjects, they don't get that attention, and they have a pattern, they start a pattern of feeling inadequate. That will have a long-term impact on not only their self-esteem, but their mental health into adulthood. And then the last one is children and families who are already struggling with mental illness, depression, anxiety. These can take months to crawl out of once in it, and it's just not working. We've heard the science of sending kids back. We know that there is a risk, but no one's debating that there's not a little bit of a risk. But every family, like my own, should be able to choose, do the calculation, weigh the pros and cons, and do what's best for your situation. I just have one more thought, and I really want to thank Erin for having such a good and a well thought out argument in the school committee where we decided this original decision. I just really wish everyone else prepared as well as Erin did to come in and have an argument on the other side. So we could have really had a debate, a very nice conversational debate, and heard both sides. But you did make the decision based on a very well articulated argument, and I really hope that you have come prepared to this meeting to make maybe not a different decision, but a decision that's a little bit more well-informed and well-rounded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenzo.
Mr. Michael Kayada?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Ryan Long, who is a middle school phys ed teacher and a Pawtucket resident who's unable to attend the meeting tonight. To the Pawtucket School Committee and Superintendent McWilliams, I'm writing this letter on behalf of myself and others who I have spoken to over the past few months. Please note that this is my opinion on the matter, and we are all entitled to our own opinions. I hope you view this stance with an open mind, as I know that many students and parents currently feel the same way. In March, our world as we knew it took an unexpected and frightening turn. A pandemic began to spread throughout the world. More specifically, our country, our state, and our community. It was deemed necessary by our governor that we were best fit teaching and learning in the comfort and safety of our own homes. We all know how the story goes from there, and I think that when making a decision as powerful as going back to a somewhat normal reality, we have to analyze all the details. It is my belief that going back to school in an in-person setting will do more harm than good. I understand that students are better served learning in person. I myself and many others miss the ability to teach at school with our students and not from a computer. Before we can do that, I believe that we need to ask ourselves these questions. How do the COVID numbers compare to what they were when we originally transitioned into distance learning? Question number 2, how many students, teachers, and parents feel truly comfortable sending students back to school? Number 3, are we at a point in the pandemic where the majority of our population is starting to feel a sense of hope of returning to the societal norm? Question number 4, do all teachers have the ability to get vaccinated if they choose so currently? And question number 5, what are the numbers looking like in our community, specifically in comparison to other communities in the state? From my perspective, I have personally seen the effects of COVID in those who I hold close. I sometimes ask myself if these situations wouldn't have happened if these people weren't rushed back into something that they weren't ready for, work, school, etc., especially if an effective alternative option is already in place. From my students' perspectives, many fear going back. Each day they attend school, they are putting their families more at risk. What I have seen in the time that the special populations, pre-K, kindergarten, special ed, ESL, have attended school, many have gone on quarantine in fear of a breakout. How many times will this continue to happen? It's leading to further disrupted and raising fear amongst people that they hold close. Side note, as I am currently the girls' assistant basketball coach at Tolman as well. We have had 2 games so far, and 4 needed to be rescheduled due to the exposure of the virus from other teams. As I am writing this letter, our boys' basketball team is currently on the quarantine due to a COVID case from a Pawtucket team they had previously played. Summarize, my position is this: it will continue to worsen before it gets better. We need more time for vaccinations to be widely distributed and proven effective before making this decision. I believe there also needs to be more time to continue to develop an in-person learning plan for next year. We've made it this far already. Why take the risk now of all times? Thank you for your time and consideration. I know this decision is not an easy one, and I will be ready to follow whatever decision may be. I understand that people will be unhappy on either side, but I feel it's necessary that we view the bigger picture and the health and safety of our beloved students and staff.
Thank you.
Ms. Shana DeBrito?
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Hi. My name's Shana DeBrito. I wanted to thank everybody for allowing me to express my opinion as to this decision that you guys are going to be making today. And I want to talk about my personal experience with distant learning. I currently have a 12-year-old, I have a 1-year-old, and I also take in my niece when need be. My sister is a nursing student right now, currently doing distant learning and in-person learning. And when she goes into school, I'm the one that needs to take care of my niece. Now, my niece has a IEP, and she could benefit from going into in-person schooling. Distant learning is not working. For the first 3 weeks, my daughter did not have a Spanish teacher. And I understand the teachers are doing the best they can, but can they really do their best outside of their learning environment? The kitchen table is not good enough anymore. My daughter's room is not good enough. My niece coming over, Nani, sitting at my kitchen table with my son running around screaming, that's not good enough anymore for us. Okay? The computers are lagging. They're not working properly. And I'm here to ask, if we're not going to make the decision for the kids to go back to school, when are we going to do that? And if that's the decision we're going to make, I want some facts. I want to know why you guys have come up with this decision. And I even went as far as asking my daughter if she wants to go to school or not. And this is what she told me. She said, mixing school environment with the home life is not working for her.
You have 1 minute left.
I'm going to say this again. Mixing school environment with the home life is not working out for her anymore. She needs to be in school. And if you're not going to send her, then send the population that needs to go to school. I understand the teachers are doing the best that they can. But again, how can you do your best outside of your classroom? I want to know the answers to these questions. As a taxpayer, I believe that I deserve the answers to these questions. My sister at home that cannot speak, she deserves to know why her daughter with an IEP is sitting at home. Mr. Ferreira, her teacher, needs to know why he's always singing Nalani, Nalani every 10 minutes to get these kids' attention. It's not fair to the teachers. It's not fair to the kids. It's not fair to the parents. We need to come up with a solution, and saying no is not good enough anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brito.
Bernice Morris?
You'll need to unmute your mic.
Unmute.
There you go.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. I don't have my camera on. Thank you to the committee for this opportunity to speak. My name is Bernice Morris, and I am the policy advocate with Black Lives Matter Rhode Island. So I am making this statement on behalf of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island. Obviously, we understand the need and the caution around safety, but as many people have said, and actually it's heartening for me to hear so many educators on the call tonight, not having the option to go to school for families is a problem. And we know that that disproportionately affects African-American households the most. We are hearing it. We know that kids are struggling. They don't have the right kind of support at home, and every other district has figured this out. And so, you know, we were out there at Jenks last month. We were hoping to make a comment. We could not do that, but we want to be sure that the message from Black Lives Matter Rhode Island is that we are asking. It seems crazy that we are here and we are begging for you to do the right thing by Pawtucket school children, by creating an opportunity for families to choose what is best for them and their children, by having the opportunity to go to school. And it is on you. You have a lot of responsibility to make this decision. It is on you to do the right thing and make that a possibility for the families that want it and need it, and for the kids that are falling behind, that are struggling, not just with their academics, but with their mental health. Yeah, we hear about kids, they're home, sometimes on their own without the right kind of support. And they need to be in school. They need to have that option to be in school like every other district has figured out. So I am asking that you please reconsider your decision when you do this vote tonight, to think about those kids, particularly the African-American kids in your community, the non-white kids in your community that are very underrepresented in terms of their teaching, of having educators that look like them. We know what the data is in the city of Pawtucket, and we are asking you to do the right thing by creating an opportunity for them to go back to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Brother Gary Dantzler.
How you doing? My name is Brother Gary Dantzler. I'm the executive president of Black Lives Matter of Rhode Island. I just want to say that, I heard a lot of educators tonight speaking on the behalf of the School Teachers Association. Let me just say this, what I'm about African-American children, Black and brown. We are the largest percent in Rhode Island. Pawtucket is the largest African-Americans kids in this state is right here in Pawtucket. And for us to sit here to ask you, to beg you for these kids to come back to school, I have mixed feelings. I just want to say, if you guys can do the right thing, because I don't want to make this about race. And as an obligation and as educators, we all and I'm looking at this panel, and we're past our prime of our childhood. We had an opportunity. We went to school. These kids don't have the opportunity. So let's do the right thing if we can, with all due respect, Chairman. So thank you.
Thank you, Brother Gary.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Jerry Sabatelli.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Sabatelli, and I've been teaching at Tolman High School the last 20 years as a member of the science department. I'm here to speak about some concerns about returning to high school this late in the year. But I would also like to address some of the positive things going on with distance learning based on my experience. The negativity from the news and social media has been exhausting and in some cases demoralizing to us as a profession. Some concerns other educators and I have is that many feel going back late in the third quarter or later puts teachers and students at risk. Positivity rates are not decreasing the way we thought they would be. Teachers don't have access to the vaccine just yet. According to C19vaccine.org, people 50 and under may not even get it until May. Many will feel much more comfortable if they get the vaccine. Disrupting the current routine for students now just seems like a recipe for disaster this late in the year. Our building is crowded at any given time. Being around this many people for a long period of time may put us more at risk. We have seen in other districts with schools and sports that parents have sent their kids back knowing they've tested positive or while waiting for a result for the sake of a game or just going to school. High schools don't operate like an elementary school. We can't operate in small pods and conduct the day with limited movement. Come visit our hallways between classes. I'm sure many here might be hesitant until the halls are empty. Why? Because they may not be safe. You cannot compare elementary with secondary schools. They are two completely different elements. There are so many questions we have. Will teachers have to teach to both students at home and in a classroom while wearing a mask all day? Will the kids at home struggle to hear us with our masks on? Why disrupt their routine for the sake of just returning? I know I can continue to get more accomplished for the remaining of the year under the current circumstances than bringing them back at this point. Will we be expected to lose our planning periods on a regular basis to monitor other classrooms because of the lack of substitutes when teachers are absent or on medical teaching from home? From what I understand, we don't have many substitutes in the district. What will be the student expectations for following protocols for mask wearing and social distancing? Will a zero tolerance policy be enforced? Many of these concerns are because we haven't seen any evidence of a plan yet. What teachers would like to see is a detailed plan that keeps us safe. Right now, we haven't, and it makes everything kind of unsettling. Don't rush back because of political pressure. Right now, Pawtucket schools haven't had to deal with opening and closing and reopening again, or discussing switching back to distance learning after February and April breaks so kids can quarantine before returning like other districts are doing. Our students and staff are not pinball machines. Our students are resilient and will rebound quickly. They always do. By teaching virtually in high school, we won't experience this and will continue to make educational gains and remain safe at the same time. I do want to say a couple of positive things about distance learning. I currently teach 6 classes, 4 freshmen and 2 sophomore, and most of my students are responding to the routine of getting to class and on time every day. Now, it's not 100%, but it never was in school either. I'm covering curriculum at a very rapid rate, and the quality of student performance is better due to the lack of disruptions and distractions in school, especially for my freshmen, which allows for adding more skill and project-based learning. My ninth grade students are doing skills that they will see in chemistry. I have the extra time to challenge them. They are transitioning just fine, if not better. They will be just fine when they get to the 10th grade. I've had a lower failure rate this semester due to the lack of those distractions. Honestly, it's kind of refreshing to see. I've had many students reach out to me and share the positive things they are learning and like, not just in my class, but in my colleagues' classes as well. Many are responding, yet all we hear about are the ones who are not. Many of them are learning to advocate for themselves and become more responsible. They are emailing teachers regarding class issues. They are responding better to deadlines set in Google Classrooms. Their use of technology is better. Many are speaking up for themselves because they are not in person. Many of them are being responsible by showing up to the class every day. They are doing it. They are being advocates for themselves, and they are becoming responsible young adults. Students that are not comfortable in a traditional classroom are thriving at home because they are now in a less threatening environment. Why aren't we talking about them? Well, I am, and they're doing just fine. Finally, I also discuss ways to combat the stressors that they might be experiencing during a pandemic and learning from home. That's the coach in me, I think. I talk about better nutrition, ways to reduce obesity from being inside, talk about getting exercise, even if it's just to walk around the house for a few minutes, to stretch and clear their minds, and getting outside whenever possible. All ways to better their mental health, especially if they're not hearing it at home and because of the situation we're in. Distance learning isn't always a negative thing. It's a positive thing. Let's stay safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sabatelli.
Mr. David Norton.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you for hearing me tonight. I'd like to make a few points. Every student in every single city in the state of Rhode Island will have the option of in-person learning, except for students in Pawtucket. Let me repeat that. Every student in every single city in the state of Rhode Island will have the option of in-person learning, except for students in Pawtucket. Of course, Pawtucket students deserve the same option of in-person learning that every single other Rhode Island student enjoys. I'd just like to highlight that. On another topic, there is currently a multi-million-dollar surplus in the Pawtucket school system that the city is asking for. I think any education dollar surplus in the school system must be used for our children's education and must never be taken away by the city. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's reckless. Taking millions of education dollars away from schools to give to the city under threat of raising taxes if we don't is not a good plan. And it is an even worse talking point for city leaders. And on that point, I conclude my comments for tonight. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Norton.
Mr. Matthew Cipriano?
How are we doing tonight? Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Excellent. My name is Matt Cipriano. I'd like to thank school committee and administration for coming out tonight. I have two daughters, one in second grade, one in kindergarten. I'd like to start off by saying I have previously worked in a public school system for 5 years as a technical administrator, have multiple family members as teachers, and just overall respect teaching in the public school system. However, I can no longer stand aside as I see this administration and the school committee being at odds with their primary directive, which is ultimately educating students. Let me be crystal clear that when it comes to my children's education, I will do whatever is necessary to make sure they have the requisite skills they need in life. Because of this, I sent my second grader to private school, not because I dislike Potter Elementary. Dr. Andre has done an incredible job running the school, and both our children love it there. I sent her to private school because the school committee and administration are playing games with my child's education. Luckily, I have the resources to be able to send my child to private school. But what about those who can't? The public school system is the only line of defense for getting a quality education regardless of resources. I would urge the school committee to reconsider their previous decisions to keep distance learning the only solution. With that in mind, there's two areas of concerns I just want to go over really quick. One is snowstorms. While distance learning is a valuable tool, especially with regards to just snowstorms, we seem to be overutilizing this particular strategy. I understand when there are multiple inches expected, we should preemptively close school. However, closing schools after snow has fallen and there's no real accumulation on the ground or active parking ban is kind of concerning. I don't want to see distance learning being overused when school is perfectly capable of being open. Okay. The second is the COVID response, right? Ultimately, what's the metric to open schools? The committee has consistently moved the goalposts during each time frame for their decision to open schools. Originally, it was before the governor's decision to reopen schools. The main reason was lack of ventilation and resources based on a third-party report. The school committee's decision a month ago was based on not quote unquote rocking the boat and possibly having issues with finding substitute teachers. Dr. McWilliams said in a previous meeting that air purifiers were set up in the classrooms based on original reasons stated for closing back in September. We sat for an hour discussing the results of a survey that was based off whether parents wanted to send their kids to school. We heard nothing about the risks or science behind sending the kids back to school, just anecdotal evidence on whether the decision to keep schools closed was a popular one and not about facts concerning the matter. I also remember this committee tasking Dr. McWilliams with looking into learning centers at school buildings where kids can go in and do distance learning. There are several questions I have. Why is it safe to open the schools for remote learning without the teachers and not just open the schools? This has to be the biggest indicator on where the committee's priorities lie. It flies in the face of any reasonable logic. It's safe to open the buildings for remote learning. It's safe to open for everyone. As far as I'm aware, Pawtucket is the only city in the state that has continued to remain closed. What you have seen from these, excuse me, it appears negligent that we cannot use the strategies employed by other districts that have the exact same problems. I would like to understand why our situation is different and why they can open safely, but we cannot. Okay. Like I said, the biggest thing about this is the metric. What is the metric to open schools? There's already talk of another COVID strain coming out this year. You're going to face the same exact problem in September. What's the metric? What are we looking at? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cipriano.
Dr. Gregory Fox?
Unmute. Okay, so I'm coming in under my wife's name here. So I'm Dr. Gregory Fox. I'm representing the American Academy of Pediatrics chapter here in Rhode Island. And, we're like our national organization. We very much advocate for as many children in school as possible. And so, I've heard a lot of great testimony from folks in Pawtucket. I'd like to give you a little bit of perspective, from, the rest of the state and nationwide, and kind of give you a feel for what we're seeing in our offices and why, we think as an organization that's super important for kids to get back into schools as much as possible. I know that the Pawtucket School District has done a nice job getting kids with special needs and some of the younger kids back into school, and the rates are pretty good. If you look at nationwide, we have seen almost 3 million kids diagnosed with COVID so far. And the good news is that they're really, the medical part of COVID for kids in particular, really hasn't been horrendous. We've seen some really sick kids, but the majority really haven't been too sick. What we are seeing in our offices is the secondary consequences of COVID, and that's what we're here to talk about tonight. It's social isolation, school failure, sleep disturbance, and, particularly for the bigger kids, anxiety and depression. And, it's really difficult to flush out some of those things, when kids aren't don't have the same opportunities to interact with schools. So they're not getting the same education, remote learners, it's just not the same. And I've heard some great talk about, how well some kids are doing, and I definitely see that. But there's a lot of kids that aren't turning on their screens and are spending a good portion of time in their bedrooms and are really, really struggling. So as a national organization, we really want to see schools take the opportunities and try to get those kids back into school so they're under the watchful eyes of their teachers and their school nurses, so that we can pick things up and so that we can, we can help those kids out. The one most important thing, and another very important, I should say, thing, and which has come up, is that everybody's opportunity for remote learning is just not the same. We have some kids that are thriving in families that have all the resources and all the help that they can to help those kids out, and they're doing fantastic. But there's a lot of families that are struggling. They don't have the resources. They're relying on older kids to teach younger kids. They don't have the technical capacities to do this, and it's really, really puts a strain on families, and it's really putting a strain, on these kiddos and their education. And it's just not the same. And that's something that we see particularly in a community like Pawtucket. And as a physician who covers people from all the communities, I've seen communities like Warwick has rallied, and Woonsocket has rallied, and Central Falls. And, we've been able to get more and more kids back into school and try to close some of those racial inequities that we've been seeing early on. So, like I said, I'm an outsider coming into the Pawtucket system here, but I do want to let you know that it can be done. You can get those kids back into school safe. The people that have the resources will be able to, decompress maybe a little bit and allow for some of those resources in the schools of the kids that, maybe don't have those at home. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Fox.
Ms. Crystal Refuse?
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Crystal Rayfuse, and I would like to just take a moment, if I can, to reflect on my daughter's experience with distance learning. My daughter's in the 6th grade at Goff, and I realize that I'm one of the luckier parents who can say that my child has adapted well to distance learning. I know there are others who haven't been as lucky. I've remained really quiet on the subject for a while now, but I feel it's time I speak up to advocate for my child and for others like her. My concern, like the rest of Pawtucket parents, is for the mental well-being of the children. However, unlike many, I believe that forcing these children back into school before it's truly safe to do so might be doing more harm than good. I listened to one of my daughter's teachers this morning explaining that if the committee decides to go back to in-person learning, many of the kids who choose to stay on distance learning, like my daughter, may have to change their classes, classmates, teachers, and teams. How is all this back and forth and waffling not causing mental distress? Just because these kids do their work and don't complain doesn't mean they don't have feelings and anxieties, just as those who crave in-person learning. Do they not also deserve stability in their education? Resilience isn't an excuse to toy with a child's routine and sense of security. I'm sorry, but simply providing filtration systems to schools that need millions of dollars in repairs is not enough to make an in-person return safe, especially with the arrival of viral variations upon which we don't even know yet whether these vaccines are going to have any effect at all. I'm a healthcare worker, and even fully vaccinated, I don't feel safe sending my child back right now with unvaccinated teachers and students, because I've seen firsthand how easily this virus can be even unknowingly transmitted, as well as how deadly it can be. Quite simply, we can't always tell when someone has this virus, and we don't know to what degree of severity someone else might contract it from an infected person. To this point, I also am concerned about my children's mental health. If these kids are put back into school with an unseen and essentially unfightable enemy in this virus, my daughter's old enough to know the danger of COVID, and with parents who are both classified as essential staff, is very much aware of the risk that she's both being put in and potentially putting others in at the same time. Our children are not blind and they're not deaf to this pandemic. How might the potential for survivor's guilt affect them? I trust and will stand by whatever decision the school committee may ultimately make. But if even the committee is unable to meet in person because of danger, how can we knowingly be okay with sending students and teachers back to the buildings and hoping everyone comes out all right at the end of this year? What if they don't? Education can be supplemented and made up later. A person's life and health can't. Vaccination needs to be much more widespread than it currently is for it to be safe for everyone, for the kids to make an in-person return. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rayfield.
Ms. Lauren Conkey?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. First, I just want to take a minute to recognize your efforts to bring back pre-K, kindergarten, and special needs, or special populations, back into their home schools. I know that required a lot of effort, and I'm so happy that these children get a chance to attend school in person if they have chosen that. However, I just want to ask this committee, if it has been deemed safe for those students to return to their own schools in their own classrooms, why then is it not safe for the rest of Pawtucket students to return? Secondly, if a return to school for most students is still not deemed safe by the school committee, I would like to ask this group what the metrics are for Pawtucket. As an organization, you didn't agree with the guidelines outlined by the state, including the Department of Health this fall, when most other schools prepared to open. So if those aren't the appropriate metrics for Pawtucket, what are? Will you outline and stick to specific guidelines for when schools will be safely opened up to students who choose it? Will they have the opportunity next fall, in 2022? I know these are unprecedented times and none of us can control this pandemic, but a lack of clear-cut metrics has been frustrating for many parents and confusing for our students. I believe that every child should have access to the type of education that works best for them. So if a child is doing well in distance learning, that's great. Not only should they continue, but they should have access to the best virtual education possible. And I would imagine that as a school committee, it's your job to make sure that's happening and to work with the district to make adjustments when it's not. But for the many children who are not doing well, who are suffering academically or social emotionally, shouldn't they also have access to the best education and resources available? Shouldn't it also be your job to look out for them, to come up with additional equitable solutions when you hear about situations where distance learning isn't working? This isn't about lazy parenting or not respecting teachers. We love our teachers and they're doing their best under the circumstances. This is about public health. The experts have laid out guidelines for safe reopenings of schools. They've impressed upon the need for in-person learning to give kids access to resources they need, resources that many just can't get from a computer. And experts have also warned about increased mental health issues and suicide rates in youth. For those who say, kids are still learning loss is a myth, they can make it up, are you considering the whole child? What are you going to do about children's social and emotional health when they've already spent a year under such an incredible amount of disruption? I also just want to take a quick moment to comment on the email that went around late last year asking parents about their preference for distance learning.
1 minute left.
Thank you. I keep seeing statements thrown around that a survey showed the choice was about 50-50. But when an email states, if you don't answer, your child will be opted into in-person, that's not really a survey. The wording of the email alone made it more likely for parents who didn't want in-person learning for their child to respond. I'm saying this because I'm actually one of the parents who did not respond. I believe my child, who's a first grader who has only had half of a year at kindergarten at this point, would do better with in-person learning, so I wanted her opted in. But then when you see the rates thrown around like they're data, like whether it's true or not, it just sort of looks like someone had an agenda and found numbers to prove their point. So if you're really interested in the true numbers of parents who prefer each option, then I encourage you to send around an actual survey that's clear and impartial and doesn't lead to response bias. I know there's a lot of people speaking tonight and you're hearing many opinions. Please just keep in mind that parents are simply asking for a choice. We don't want to dictate for everyone. We don't want to take away from anyone, just the power to choose what's best for our own children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Conti.
Ms. Molly Harwood Garrison.
Mr. Christino, do you have the slides to pull up? Thank you so much. As I thought about what to say tonight, I did what I've always done as a Pawtucket resident, to draw upon the collective, which are my neighbors. It was cold and the snow was falling, and there my neighbors were thinking of others, shoveling out a neighbor in need. To me, this issue is about the collective. I am a parent, but I have no children in the Pawtucket Public Schools. I work in a school, and we have been in person every day, students and educators alike. I believe this is about the greater good for our next generation. I believe that there will be music and togetherness and strength in Pawtucket again. I do not believe that Pawtucket is providing the best education possible right now. And I believe that with great power comes great responsibility, and this committee has the power. You were called to this role, you ran for the position, and we elected you. And I would like us as a collective to spend the remainder of my 3 minutes in silent reflection on how to find a solution to this collective problem.
There is 1 minute remaining.
May I ask Mr. Christino to advance to the second and third slide? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Garrison.
Ms. Camille Nixon.
You are muted. There you go.
Sorry. Hi, sorry. I just want to say thank you to all of you. I have been writing to you and I'm just, it's a thankless job. I can tell you're getting criticized and I'm really sorry about that because you have saved lives. People aren't even acknowledging that. And you are really heroic in standing up to keep us all alive. I really applaud that. I'd like to say that I agree with Mr. Sabatelli. I'm a library media specialist at Tolman High School. And I have a book club going. I'm in touch with the social studies teachers. I've got a website, and I even talk with groups of students to help them do research. And some of the progress that we've made is fabulous. And I know that taking the safer road, because at the beginning of this, the CDC recommended the safest route was to distance ourselves and to do the distance learning. That's why we started it. And that hasn't changed, even though they say, well, you can, you know, and well, you know what? If we go back to in person, somebody more is going to get sick than if we didn't. And who is that going to be? Is it going to be a teacher, a student? Who are we willing to sacrifice to say, well, you know, it's for the greater good? Well, that's baloney. We really need to step up to the plate. This is life and death. This is not a joke. This is not, oh, I want to do this because it's going to, you know, help my students, and there's a big, you know, problem of not being able to catch up. Well, yes, it rots. It's not fair. It's bad for Black and brown communities, yes. But the choice is, and it should not be on your shoulders, that you have to decide between who lives and who dies by who goes to school and who doesn't. It's unfair to you. But I think that if I were in your shoes, I would choose the safest route, and that is distance learning. And I think that there's places all over the country now that are beefing up their distance learning procedures. We haven't done that here. We're just beginning. It's just been foisted on our plates. We're just scrambling to get it together. And yes, it's going slowly, but it is getting better. We've got a lot of resources now out there. We can learn a lot from other people. We can bring in experts, and we can spend the money on beefing up distance learning, especially as Mr. Braun was saying, this could last for longer than we think. So it's going to end eventually with the vaccine, and just if we can just be patient and not rush in and sacrifice, you know, who knows who. And that's pretty much all I have to say. That there are benefits. I have my students in the book club, and I've asked them, if you had the choice of going to in-person or not, which would you choose? And they said definitely the remote learning, that they're really getting a lot out of it. Now, these are high schoolers. And for me personally, I'm going to be 64. I don't want to go to in-person unless I'm vaccinated. And until that happens, I really feel that you need to protect us oldsters, and of course the children too, but you know, we're the ones that are going to maybe perish from this, and it scares me because I have friends who have died, and I just cannot sit still and say this is okay. Please keep distance learning for a little bit longer till we've vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs.
Ms. Kerry Hansen?
If I could ask you to raise your hand, this one, please. Okay, you can unmute. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm the mother of a first grader in the Pawtucket School District, and I'm asking the committee to approve a phased-in return to in-person education for those children who have continuously expressed this need. While the distance learning model is working for some children, the committee cannot continue to ignore the fact that it is not and has never been a sustainable solution for all children. Under its established principles, committee members are obligated to recognize that the first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of the students attending the public schools. The majority of respondents have continued to express the need for an in-person model that addresses the educational welfare of children that the distance education model is not working for. There have been assertions that the district has implemented a high-quality distance learning model. Notwithstanding that I do not consider a model that requires a 6-year-old to spend hours in front of a screen having little interaction with peers and educators to be a high-quality model, there has been no data to support whether this model is resulting in high-quality education. I would ask the committee to provide information on how the quality of education is being assessed and data on how the children are performing on diagnostic testing that might be indicative of whether the current model is meeting this obligation. Next, under its established principles, the committee members have an obligation to act on policy-making matters only after examining pertinent facts and considering the superintendent's recommendations. The Valley Breeze reported that several committee members indicated that they were trusting a committee member's research on the topic and voting to overrule the superintendent's recommendation to keep most children in the distance learning model for the rest of the academic year. It's not clear what this research included. However, with increasing disparities resulting from the distance learning model, I hope that the committee is also consulting experts to gather pertinent facts critical to understanding the impact of its actions. Finally, little consideration has been given by the committee, at least publicly, to addressing the concerns raised by those expressing that the distance learning model is not working for their child. It wasn't until its January meeting that the committee took action to identify any options for these children by approving a motion for the superintendent to look into establishing remote learning centers. Even if the committee members feel that the appropriate action is for most children to remain in a virtual learning environment, I don't understand why the committee hasn't explored options for children requesting alternatives sooner. In closing, I implore the committee members to take equitable action to address the educational welfare of children that the distance learning model is not working for. Thank you to the Pawtucket teachers and thank you to the committee members for hearing our concerns.
Thank you.
Ms. Christina Bashan.
If you could unmute your mic. There you go.
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'll try to be brief. I'd first like to state that I want to thank you and still support your commitment to keeping our students safe with your decision in January. I understand that there is a desire for some families to return to school. If you do vote on expanding in-person populations, I urge you to just consider how that does inevitably also affect those who must remain remote due to medical conditions, multi-generational households, and high-risk families. I'd like to point out that that population is not just our students. It's also some of our hardworking teachers and staff as well, many of whom will not be able to receive the vaccine for many months to come. This discussion should no longer be treated as a battle for some of parent versus school committee or in-person learning versus remote. It's not productive to just simply make demands. The only way through this is to accept that no one will be completely satisfied. I mean, we're in the midst of a global health crisis. Understand that no family truly wants to do distance learning. Some of the most vulnerable in our community, however, have no choice in the matter. Decisions simply cannot be made to satisfy one segment of our community's wants over the needs and to the detriment of another. I've sent a letter to you guys addressing this topic further. about expanding, if you do expand the in-person learning option. I highlighted 3 scenarios in that letter to consider in lieu of trying to put all distance learners into the original virtual track, because the original virtual track that was presented to us at the start of the school year at this time just would not be feasible. Transferring all distance learners out of their existing classes is unacceptable. It would cause significant emotional, social, and academic harm to them. In short, separating them from their present teachers is just not an option. And for those kids who are high risk, both medically and academically, it will further widen the already existing gap. I have continued faith in the school committee and in the school department to find creative ways to serve at least most of our community. But now I want to make a plea to those parents who might be on the opposing side of this argument, who feel they are my opposition. And also to those on my side, teachers, parents. Now is the time to put forth the best examples of ourselves, do some collective brainstorming, find and bring to the table viable suggestions for solutions that fit our community. It's time for all of us to do better, be better, step up and contribute, and most importantly, support those who are tasked with the arduous Herculean effort of finding and implementing a solution that satisfies the majority of our community's needs. Remember, not only do our children deserve this, but most importantly, our children are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bastine.
Ms. Agi Gay-Kaw.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Aji Gaika, and I'm a parent in the Pawtucket school system. Once again, to ask this committee to reconsider your decision regarding reopening schools for in-person instruction. I, like all these other parents who come to you with our concerns for our children, hope we're engaging in more than a performance of democracy. Listen when we say we understand there's no perfect solution, but there's also no solution in one option as well. I'm simply asking you give the families of Pawtucket a choice like all other districts have done. We've heard from public health officials that reopening can be done safely. The CDC continues to dispel claims that schools contribute to high rates of spread. In fact, more data is suggesting that they can help with stabilizing community spread. We know that the state has equipped us with ventilators and we're nearing warmer climates. Mr. Charbonneau, you said that you've heard from both sides. I'm here to remind you, like Mr. Baxter did, you need not pick between the sides. Rather, make it your goal to create quality options for both distance learning and in-person instruction. Speaking to the point around in-person jeopardizing the consistency of distance learning, I remind you of the inconsistencies that occur during the normal school year. I also remind you COVID is being contracted by our professionals without school even being open. I know that some are very concerned and have real reasons why distance learning is what works best for their families. However, I implore you to ask yourselves to negotiate for the sake of equity. Keep your child at home. Keep your child at home. I'm fighting for that choice. Please let us have ours as well. I've always been proud to be Pawtucket made and most proud tonight that our elementary school teachers have come out in support of in-person learning. I ask this committee to please create choice for all our students, despite the inconvenience it poses logistically. We've heard from both union reps that elementary teachers are ready to go back, but high school.
1 minute left.
a safety risk. To those examples, I offer Davies High School with its hybrid model, which serves the majority of Pawtucket students as a reference. Though I am a parent of a first grader, I must step in to advocate for the many high school students I have been able to mentor in various roles. They also deserve a solution-minded approach to in-person, especially since this committee plans on making distance learning part of their permanent high school career during Shay's remodel. Remember that our 9th graders next year will have left in-person instruction as 7th graders. Why are you willing to sacrifice these students? Why are they not worth the calculated risk in Pawtucket? Lincoln, Cumberland, Woonsocket, Providence, East Providence, and the rest of the state have prioritized their kids. No one is asking for a full in-person, so please, let's not entertain examples of 20+ students in a room. Schools have found a workaround of all these problems. We can too. We should not be selectively following CDC guidelines. While Pawtucket families are resilient, it should not be used against our children while many of our faculty are non-residents and enjoy having these options in their own respective towns. For all those claiming the success of distance learning, please provide us with this data. When I check in with students who work at Stop and Shop and Wendy's without being vaccinated, they report a decrease in motivation and not having consistent access to their teachers. I know teachers are doing their best, but I hope they appreciate that I will center our children and community over their preferences. You must do the same. Again, I love Pawtucket teachers, but this committee is beholden to the community, most especially the students. Choice, options, equity. That's what everyone has pleaded for. I hope it's clear to you all that what must be done is to heed our concerns and give Pawtucket families the in-person option we're pleading for. We demand a revote, not just a discussion. I understand teachers are concerned and prefer to return after vaccination, but I think this insults all the workers in the state who are not vaccinated and are still serving our communities. Workers like my 65-year-old mother and my husband who have been working as a CNA, frontline workers are students who are service workers themselves. It says a lot when the state's most diverse city can withhold in-person options to Brown and Black families. Again, choice, options, equity. We demand a revote, not just a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaika.
Mr. Ruben Trejo?
If you could unmute your mic.
Oh, Kai, yeah, I was talking to myself. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Ruben, and I grew up in Pawtucket. I joined you from my college dorm in Massachusetts, where I have rejoined other students from across the country and around the world for in-person learning. I wanted to speak on behalf of the Latino community I identify with who have a language barrier that prevents them from joining these meetings. I'm speaking on behalf of the young students of Pawtucket whom I hope will one day, like myself and friends of Pawtucket, matriculate at selective private schools despite growing up and going to school in Pawtucket. I sit in a $70,000 a year liberal arts college, not because I am rich, but because I benefited from the in-person instruction I received all my life through my IEP. I can promise you that I would not be here if at any point I did not have in-person learning. I say this to you to give you to paint the grave implications that distance learning will have for students like me. Firstly, I would like to know why all 7 of the school committee members present here today received a total of $7,000 or $1,000 each from the Pawtucket Teachers Union. When the city of Pawtucket draws out in its Chapter 1, Section 6126, the maximum amount of donations being $200. Has the Teachers Union essentially purchased this decision from the taxpayers? Is this how this decision works? Shifting gears, I want to speak in support of reopening schools. According to CNN and the CDC, in-person learning during the pandemic is possible with the right precautions, including, I won't name them because that's your job to figure out. The state has offered its expertise and support to help the city reopen schools, like virtually every school district in Rhode Island. I have seen the goalposts shift a lot, and I am now hearing that vaccination is the goal to reopen. While the science shows that the vaccines are 95% clinically proven effective in reducing symptoms, no vaccine in current circulation has been clinically proven to prevent spread or contraction of COVID-19. So even if all students were vaccinated in Pawtucket, there is no science to show that these vaccines would prevent them from spreading and contracting COVID-19. I am horrified to see how Ramba Prue and others have thrown science out the window in exchange for fear-mongering soundbites. The science is clear and it shows that reopening schools can be done safely. It shows that students, especially students of color and special needs, are in dire need to be in the classroom again. Even some peer-reviewed studies in science show that school reopenings do not contribute to significant community spikes despite the odd correlations that some ill-informed people have tried to make tonight. The science is clear and it does not support the fear-mongering porn present tonight. Studies are showing that students are missing out on developing their social skills, they're not learning from online instruction, and they're experiencing levels of social anxiety comparable to those of stressed adults. Science shows that children and students do not spread the disease like adults. The science is clear and it is encouraging. Why are we ignoring it? Pawtucket is a diverse city, home to thousands of working class parents who cannot stay home with their young ones. We owe it to these parents whose hard-earned money fund your salaries to reopen our schools. Pawtucket parents do not have the privilege to provide their time or environments that are conducive to learning. To not vote to reopen schools would be a major disservice, almost a criminal disservice to our students. This is not about comfort, it is about teachers needing to do their jobs. If they cannot, they should choose professions that they deem safe, even if they did pay you $800 over the legal limit. Thank you.
Mr. Yanis Noel?
If I could ask you to do a hand raise. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Giannis Noel. I am a parent of a child at Shea High School and also a parent with 2 children at the Lincoln High School.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you right now.
That I have solely attained on my own.
You had cut out there if you wanted to start over.
Okay. Is it better now?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. I'm here to speak solely on my experience for the past 6 months working with students with special needs and also EAL students. Okay. Here's the sticking point from everything that I heard from everyone. Mental health of students versus the safety and health of our teachers. With everything that I gathered as evidence, I have concluded that we can return to some capacity, 50%, okay, or even 25% as an option. We're not forcing anyone. We want it as an option for parents that want to send their kids in person. I beg to differ with some of my colleagues who says it will disrupt our routine. It will not, okay? We can accommodate everyone, and also we are adaptable as teachers. I understand there are risks. Everything we do have risk, okay? As a person myself who've been in close contact with students, I'm diabetic, I suffer from hypertension. I never thought about it because I always thought about the betterment of our youth. So I'm asking this panel, reconsider as an option to return at least our middle school students to at least 50% or 25%. My kids at Lincoln are doing well. Some weeks they go to school for 3 days. Some weeks they go to school for 2 days, okay? And they have adapted. They like being in person for those days. And there has been minor incident. There was just one where my son had to quarantine for 10 days. So with all that in hand, I'm asking as an option to give some of that parents to please return their children in school and we're taking all the and while taking in consideration all the key factors, okay, about when students are eating, distancing, and greeting each other. And I think with all that, it could be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Noel.
Ms. Michelle Olivares.
Hi, good evening.
We can hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
We can.
Hold on, let me see. All right, good evening. So I'm here in behalf of my son, who is currently, he attends Potter Burns. He's in first grade. This is a new school to him. He used to attend St. Teresa's. The reason why we left St. Teresa's was because my son was diagnosed with severe ADHD. So he has not stepped into a school since March of last year. Him not being in school is definitely affecting him. We recently saw a child psychologist to get a proper diagnosis. And she diagnosed him with severe ADHD, depression, and he's constantly asking me, Mommy, when am I going to school in human? He doesn't really understand what's really going on. So I met with his teacher, and she did say that she thinks he's going to stay back, even though she's never met him. We've never met her really in person either. He just does not, and it's not his fault. He's just a child that really benefits from being in school and not distance learning. I feel like I'm constantly by his side, making sure he's paying attention, not fidgeting and saying that he's bored and he's just not interested. It's very difficult for him, for myself. We have an 11-month-old, and I just don't see why the children in elementary cannot go back to school. There's really no scientific evidence demonstrating that children can pass this, COVID to adults. They're not contacting it from children. And I just feel like it's just a major setback for them. For him, it's a big disservice, and he really needs to be in school. I feel like other communities have got it together. They figured it out. Why can't we? Again, that's just how I feel. So thank you for your time. And I just want to say also, children are very resilient. And I think, at some point they have to go back anyway. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Olivares.
Ms. Shannon Washburn.
Hi, everybody. I just want to take the time to talk tonight because I did come on here, I think last month or so, about my son Alan. The schools committee did, they did make different accommodations for him, and he's been able to attend school. I just wanted to put it out there on in just a few times being in school, what a big difference it was for him. I was really concerned about his mental health and, his well-being. And I'm happy to say that him going to school has done really good for him. He's actually the last 2 days that we've had to have distance learning, he's been very upset. He wants to go back to school. And I just want to give a shout out to the teachers at Shea that have done this and made this all possible. I know that there's two different sides to this story. I just I know that people aren't told enough what a great job they are doing. And I understand, even though there's two different sides of the story, you guys are all doing the best you can. You know, I think that a lot of what we need to do is just come together as a community and try and plan out strategically how we can get this to work for the kids that do need it, that aren't doing good on distance learning. I think, you know, brain power is better in numbers, and for those parents and communities in our community that need distance learning, I mean, that need in-person learning, we really need to consider of giving an opportunity for them, because I can see what a positive impact in-person learning has had for my child. And I know that there's many more other than Alan that are struggling. And I thank you for the time that you've given me.
Thank you, Ms. Washburn.
Ms. Jennifer McCahey.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Jennifer McCahey, and I'm a special educator at Shea High School. I come before you tonight to speak in regards to an in-person learning at the high school level. I, like every teacher I know, yearn for the day when I'm able to return to the classroom filled with my students. I miss each and every one of them. However, I have some serious concerns about the ability to bring back our high school students in either a hybrid or full in-person model and maintain a safe and healthy learning community for our students and staff. The science does say that children are not at high risk of passing this virus on to others. However, many of our high school students also hold jobs as frontline workers, and that puts them at an even higher risk of both contracting and spreading the virus than what is typically considered with our younger students. Concerns about the ability to maintain a safe social distance at the high school level are paramount. There are no stable pods at the high schools. A lack of stable pods means that one infection will compromise in upwards of 100 students and staff each day. Students leave one class, move throughout the building, and intermingle with what, in many cases, is a completely different group of students in each of their classes. Classrooms that are even filled at half capacity are unable to ensure a safe social distance. Even in a hybrid model, the staff become a conduit to spread the virus between groups of students. Another concern is in regards to running concurrent virtual and in-person learning at this juncture in the school year. Our students have just begun the second semester. They've acclimated to their new schedule, they're settling into their routine of their new semester 2 classes, and they're doing so well. A return to in-person learning, in addition to the offering of virtual learning for those families that choose so, could result in drastic schedule changes for students and teachers. Starting over again for semester 2 would only take away from the precious time that we have left, thank you, that should be spent advancing content knowledge. Furthering instability in terms of student academic performance and progress is the statewide shortage of substitute teachers. It is inevitable that in the midst of a global pandemic, teachers will be absent from school. We have already seen in other districts how the impact of the lack of qualified substitute teachers has had on student learning. The inconsistency and disruption in the normal classroom routine can be detrimental to the student learning. Finally, my school is not currently staffed with a full-time nurse with this return of our special populations. It has already been the case that we have had to utilize our isolation room in the absence of a full-time certified nurse. Yes, isolation room, person in it, no nurse. That is needed to ensure the care and well-being, not of just that affected person, but also the faculty, staff, and other students in the building. Despite the district's best efforts, it's my understanding that we've just been unable to secure a full-time nurse to staff our building. Of course, there's a nursing shortage. We must pull a nurse from another school to attend to the expected daily medication needs of our students, and also at times when unexpected medical incidents, including those related to the pandemic, arise. I miss teaching to a full room of students. I'm all for a return to in-person teaching and learning, when it is safe to do so. Thank you for considering these issues and making your decision tonight.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
That concludes the speakers.
All right, the time is now 2 minutes to 9. We have been on roughly 2.5 hours. At this point, we're going to be in recess until 9:10 p.m. We'll take a 13-minute recess. 9:10 p.m. we'll reconvene. Reconvene in public session. I will pause here for just 30 seconds or so and await Ms. Panolo's return. Otherwise, we'll go forward with the meeting. Okay, we will move along. Approval of previous meeting minutes from 1/28/21.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve the minutes of 1/28/21 made by Mr. Marino and Mr. Lobby, seconded by Ms. Grant. Any discussion on the minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Old business action discussion items, school reopening plan review and possible modification.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Knight.
I believe if we're going to do this, we need to have a vote to reconsider the previous move we made before we do anything.
Attorney Conley, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The committee follows the Sturgis rules, Sturgis Code of Parliamentary Procedure. And Sturgis would require a motion to reconsider this topic.
All right, we are at the public meeting for the old business school reopening plan review and possible modifications. At this point, I would entertain a motion that this committee reconsider this item.
Motion move.
Motion made to reconsider the school reopening plan review and possible modifications by Mr. Lobby, seconded by Ms. Doobie. Any discussion on the reconsideration? Strictly to reconsider the topic. Ms. Panolo. You're on mute, Ms. Panolo.
Control A, Joanne.
Not for the reconsideration, sorry.
There's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded to reconsider the school reopening plan review and modification item. Seeing that there is no further discussion, roll call on the reconsideration, please.
Ms. Bonello.
Yes.
Ms. Doobie.
Yes.
Ms. Grant.
Yes.
Mr. Knight.
No.
Mr. Larby.
Yes.
Mr. Marino.
Yes.
Mr. Charbonneau.
Yes. Motion carries 6-1. Okay. We are on to the old business school reopening plan review and possible modifications. Ms. Bonello, did you want to go now?
Sure, new computer. Do I need to put the motion on the floor before we have the discussion?
What motion are you looking to put on the floor, Ms. Bonello?
I would like to make a motion to approve the superintendent's return to school recommendations.
Superintendent's return to school recommendations from the previous meeting?
Yes. Well, that she gave us.
Well, the item is review and possible modifications. I haven't heard any modifications to a plan that was unanimously voted down at the last meeting. So are you looking for this committee just to specifically vote on that action?
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one second, Mr. Knight. Ms. Spinola has the floor.
Well, is Dr. McWilliams going to provide her modifications to us?
I believe that's what the agenda item states.
Okay.
Tonight,
That's what I was gonna say.
Ms. Spinola, do you have anything else?
No?
Dr. McWilliams?
Yes, thank you, Chair Charbonneau. Thank you, school committee members, for allowing me to speak and share and ask you for a reconsideration. Thank you, Mr. Cristino, for putting that up. I also just wanted to first take a moment and thank those who spoke in public participation on both sides. It is clearly evident from all of those speakers that we all are concerned with our children. We all are concerned with our students. And I want to applaud our educators, our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our custodial staff, our administrators, all of those who have been working from the beginning of the school year, September 14th, when we started on this journey, bringing back our pre-K special populations and multilingual learners, whether it's been in person or those teaching in distance learning. They have done a great job, and I do applaud them for their commitment and for their dedication. And as you know, as it was stated by many of the speakers, we have had those groups in our schools. They were originally in the 4 schools with the highest HVAC system. Over the break, we did move those populations of students back into their home schools. And as it was noted, they were on target to start on February 1st. They did start on February 3rd. Unfortunately, due to the 2 distance learning days, we did get started a little bit late. Did want to make a comment, as that did come up with one of the speakers as well, that we would never want to overuse our distance learning days if we are returning at some point in person in a more grade levels. But I did want to speak to that our city has always used the school parking lots. And so when parking bans go into effect, that does affect the schools. We are fortunate that we do have the opportunity now with distance learning that we do not have to take a snow day, that we actually can have a school day. And so there will be times where we will have to do that, because if there's a parking ban, we can't bring children into school when the lots are full with cars and haven't had the opportunity to be cleared. So I just thought that was a point to be understood. Here we are now looking at a review, and it's at this time that, as it was already stated, that our buildings are ready. No, they're not all perfect, but we do have the air purifiers that were provided to us and that were installed. And I did want to take note that we did get those air purifiers in right before the holiday break, and we're able to get those installed and tested, and they are operating in all of our schools. So it's at this time that I am asking the committee to approve a gradual return of in-person for those students who want to return in person. Mr. Cristino, if you could go to the next slide. This is very similar to what I presented in January with a little bit of a modification that was referred to. What I'm recommending is an in-person return, starting with our elementary students, grades 1 through 6, on March 1st. And then a gradual rollout of our middle school students, 7 and 8, on March 15th. And then a 9 through 12 flexible return on March 29th. And so I'd like to speak to the logistics of this. When at the beginning of the year, it was also mentioned that yes, we did many surveys. We developed 4 plans. We were required to do that by the state, different return plans, and all the logistics that goes into that planning are in those plans, and those plans were sent to RIDE. They're posted on our website, they're posted on our parent Google site, and they contain all of the logistics of how we would operate under any plan. And so when we When I presented this in January, I didn't really go through all the details of those plans because they are posted and we are already operating in them. With the return of our pre-KK, special populations, and multilingual learners, we're running our schools in a safe way with the appropriate PPE and following the guidelines as best we possibly can. Yes, I do know that the CDC guidelines are 6 feet. But as it was mentioned by many of the speakers, when you have a stable pod, which all of our elementary schools are, then we can consider that a stable pod. And as long as students are wearing masks and teachers are wearing masks, then that would be an appropriate environment for students to return. So I will go through a little bit of the logistics because I did receive some emails in text and phone calls regarding those logistics. And I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want people to know that yes, we are prepared and we do have a plan. And what it does mean though, with this in-person plan return, it will mean that there will be some rescheduling. However, I do want to state that we will do the best we can to minimize that as much as possible. We want our students to have a consistent schedule. We want our teachers to have a consistency in their teaching, and we will do the best we can. We do not have double the workforce, as it was mentioned, and I know people understand that. So we will do the best we can, but it will be somewhat of a disruption for some of our students. And we will keep that distance learning schedule intact with our high quality curriculum and resources. We have been fortunate where we were able to use coronavirus relief funds to ramp up our curriculum and our resources so that we are committed to doing that. But I did want it to be stated that, you know, it will require some adjustments to schedules. We will minimize that as much as possible. And we follow contractually the process to do that. I know I received a question from someone, well, what does that mean? What that means is we follow the process of the contract. The contract, teacher's contract outlines that. So, and we did do that with our kindergarten students. Not all of our kindergarten students have returned. We do have some distance learning kindergartners. So we follow that process in a particular school, in a particular grade level. For an example, if there are 3 teachers, if one particular teacher is already on an accommodation, a 504 accommodation, then that would be the distance learning teacher. And then the other teachers would be the in-person teachers. So we have a process that we will follow, and I want to assure parents that we will do the best we can to minimize disruption. The other thing I'd like to talk about is transition. When we talk about this disruption for those that it may affect, for those students, it will require some transition. And our teachers do have built into their schedule a PLC, that's a professional learning community where they work together by grade level. And so if and when we have to do those disruptions of schedules or teacher rosters, they would be able to use that time to communicate about and prepare for the students if they're changing schedules or student rosters. I do want to say to parents and families that we are requiring masks. We are requiring masks for our students and our staff. And the only exception would be if there's an accommodation in someone's IEP, so special education services. As stated, we will do the best we can with spacing. We know, as it was mentioned, I believe by Mr. Beaupre, that with our classroom sizes, whether it's elementary, middle, or secondary, the majority of our classrooms run anywhere from 650 to 730 square feet. So if you do take those numbers into consideration, we cannot keep the 6 feet distance. But like I said, with stable pods at elementary, we can bring those students back. And at the middle school, the students are basically on teams, and particularly at the 6th grade level, they're actually contained in a particular wing, so we can do that as well. When you get to high schoolers, as it was stated, it is a little bit more challenging. Their schedule is a little bit more different, and they're interacting pretty much across many grade levels. and across the building. So my presentation for a return for the high school would be a flexible schedule. And this would include, Hirsch, if you could just go to the next slide. This would include a schedule where the students would keep their teacher, whether they're distance learning or in person, they would have the same teacher and the same schedule. But what it would mean, it would be on Mondays, the students on distance learning, the Mondays would be a distance learning day for all students, whether they're in person or they're a distance learning student. And then Tuesdays, the in-person students would come in person with their teacher following their schedule, while the distance learning students would do asynchronous assignments that were put into the Google Classroom for them. On Wednesdays, the asynchronous assignments would be put into the classroom for the students choosing in-person learning, while live meets are conducted for those students on distance learning. And again, following that same schedule. Thursday would be in-person day for those choosing in-person with their teacher following their schedule, while asynchronous assignments would be put into the classroom for those choosing distance learning. And on Fridays, asynchronous assignments for those choosing in-person and live meets conducted for those who are on distance learning. So I believe that this is an equitable solution that would help get our high schoolers back. And I put that for you this evening. I do want to make mention of a few other things. It was already mentioned by many of the speakers. We do know that we will have to make adjustments that if, whether someone gets quarantined or there's, a class, there's an outbreak in a classroom. We've already gone through that with our pre-K, K, and special populations and multilingual learners. We do have to quarantine the class. We'll follow all the Rhode Island Department of Health guidelines regarding that. The teacher absences, as it was mentioned, there will be teacher absences. There is a shortage across the state of substitutes. We all know that. And we will do the best we can to secure a sub. But if there is no sub, we can't have students in school without a sub or a teacher. So we would be looking at putting those students on distance learning. Once again, we will do our best to limit the disruption. I will mention though, with the change in bringing back in person, because we'd now be looking at busing those students, we would have to go back to our original times for the schools. So that would affect our elementary schools. Curtis Curve and Little, Green, and Winters would return to their normal times, which would give us the opportunity to tier our buses. As a reminder, that first student follows the CDC and RIDO guidelines on the seating on busing, the ridership, and they're only allowed to do that at 50%. So that's about 28 to 30 students. So it would be really important for us to keep those tiered buses so that we can accommodate students that are coming in person and be able to provide them with the bus. Lastly, I'd like to state, as it was asked of me by a few parents through emails about the testing. One of the things that I do want to say about our city, and thankful to our city leadership for this, is they have done a fantastic job in Pawtucket about providing testing sites and ease of access to testing. So there isn't necessarily a testing shortage in Pawtucket. RIDO has allowed a couple of different options for school districts across the state to have testing on site at their schools. And although we don't have a shortage in Pawtucket of testing, you can get it readily available. We will offer that as an opportunity. So we are already scheduled with the Department of Health to provide that when our schools come on site. I hope I didn't just get kicked off. On site, and that will be sometime in March. The other option that the Rhode Island Department of Health, am I still live, Hirsch? Because my screen just went blank.
You're good, Sue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my screen went blank. So the other option that the Rhode Island Department of Health has given as an opportunity for school districts is to do their own testing. So the first option that we will roll out in March will be testing where Rhode Island Department of Health staff will come in and they will have a day where they will provide testing at our schools. The second option is for us to provide that same testing. So we are investigating that. We're actually going to be sending our nurses to the training that they will be offering coming up soon in March. And with that being said, I do want to make note, as it was already mentioned, when we think about testing on site, that means that, as you already heard, we have a limited number of nurses. There's also a nursing shortage. And so we want to be cautious and conscientious of that as we it may be difficult for our nurses to roll out that type of a testing in our schools because that would take them away from their actual job if we now have more students in person. So these are all things that we are working on, but they're doable. We have a plan and we can roll it out. And so that would be my recommendation to the committee, that we would bring back our 1 through 6 starting on March 1st. And 7 and 8, March 15th, and grades 9 through 12 in that flexible schedule that I described on March 29th. Thank you for this opportunity and for your consideration.
Thank you, Superintendent. All right. Hirsch, can you take the slide deck down? Thank you. All right. At this point, I would entertain Ms. Pinolo.
I'd like to motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation on the return to school for both virtual and distance learning.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Pinolo, seconded by Ms. Doobie to approve the superintendent's recommendation on the return of school in-person and distance learning. Discussion, Ms. Doobie.
Thank you. I want to echo what Chair Charbonneau led with, 3 hours ago, that this is democracy at work. And I thank everyone for their participation today and for the emails and outreach that I've received, both for, against, support, and advice. I want to thank Dr. McWilliams for her presentation and all the conversations I've had with her over the past month and year. As I've said on record numerous times, my metric has always been education and the idea of how we can best educate our children and get them in front of our highly qualified educators in the most consistent environment. I understand that across the state where there are many people who said they all did it. Well, what we actually are seeing is a lot of inconsistency in how this is implemented. And that is what I spoke at the last meeting. And the fact that teacher absences and student absences are quite high across the state. And despite repeated statements from Pawtucket and districts across this state, the state has said that they have substitutes, that they're going to get more substitutes. They have not materialized. And the sheer fact that we need an army of substitutes speaks to the challenges we face. During this last month, I've had numerous conversations with parents who have said that as much as I am saying that this is consistent, it's not consistent for them. It's not working for them. And that they are ready to accept the inconsistencies that we do see in the in-person environment because what's happening at home isn't consistent either. I've heard those parents. I'm heartened by the fact that our infection rate in Pawtucket is now half of what it was when we voted a month ago, which will cut down on the need for quarantines and absences. But the reality is that a return will be inputting additional inconsistency into our students. I've heard from the educators who really say that we're up to this challenge. And I agree, our school buildings are ready and up for this challenge. However, many of my conversations, and as we heard tonight, have been with parents whose children are on distance learning and know that they're the casualties of this decision, that they will, although the one thing that might be working for them right now in a very inconsistent time is education, that their kid is actually doing really well, they're going to suddenly have a bump in the road if we vote to send back. And the narrative in our state has used words to describe distance learning as dangerous, poor, damaging. And in that narrative and in that rhetoric, we have taken what could have been our greatest asset during this time and really done no work to make a unified approach to make it equitable and excellent for all students. Pawtucket might be the district that isn't back, but 25% of Rhode Island students are learning in distance learning across this state. And it is disrespectful and demoralizing to the parents and the districts that are really working to make that distance learning work to basically say that it is completely an ineffective way to educate. So I am heartened by what the superintendent said, and I have spoken to her numerous times about how I am very invested in the idea that our distance learning students need to be a priority during this transition as well. If we vote to send back, we need to be thinking about what consistency looks like for them. We need to be thinking about if their teacher is changing, we better make sure that their classmates are staying the same so that they continue to see that, and that the teachers are working together to ensure that there's as little transition. Ultimately, those students in classrooms will now be made up of all students who have preference distance learning. And in there, we actually see some advantage for our distance learning students because the teachers will now have all students who are signing on to this idea. And hopefully that environment will even make the distance learning experience better for their child. Ultimately, I appreciate our superintendent, what she's presented. I appreciate the work she's done to consider multiple sources during an extremely difficult time. And I hear everyone who spoke on this call. Some see this as a tough choice, and some see this as the easiest choice in the world. They know exactly what they would do if they were sitting in this seat. They really do. Ultimately, I'm sitting in this seat and 6 other people are sitting in this seat. And someone asked, why do the 7 of us get to make the decision? Because that's also how democracy works. We're voted into these seats, and sometimes the decisions are easy, and sometimes they're so hard. And we've been dealing with time right now where they are so hard. I don't think there's necessarily a right choice. Each of us is just going to have to figure out what the right choice is for us right now. Right now, with the information I have, I support the superintendent's plan to return our students to school. My students, as I said from the beginning, in September, I said if we return the students, my kids are going to go back. When we took the next survey, I said if we return the students, my kids are going to go back. Because they want to go back. Because I know we will only reopen schools if they're safe. The thing about sitting in this seat is I would have been one of those parents on the call just saying, give me the chance to get my kids back. But I have to think about the whole district. And I believe every vote I've taken has done that. And the vote I'm doing tonight also will be to approve the superintendent's plan and do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doobie. Any other discussion? Mr. Marino and then Mr. Lobby.
Thank you, Chairman. To call the issue complicated is an statement, and the outreach from our community is overwhelming and appreciated. And I applaud the parents who have addressed their concerns and the challenges that at the child's education has suffered, and I also applaud the parents and educators who have expressed the satisfaction of the child's experience in virtual learning, and I just want to address the misconceptions of the districts and administrators and teachers who have accused of throwing in the towel, and I just have to say that the plan presented by the superintendent is an example of clear, focused, effective, and inclusive leadership, and the timely measured approach to bringing our students in the classroom, I feel, addresses the issue of consistency, which is the issue that had me vote how I voted in January, and it's clear throughout the state that our plan is able to be rolled out flawlessly, and we can only hope that the cases will continue to plummet in a favorable direction, and we have to adjust our reality to the horrible public health crisis around us, always with the priority and the safety and the education of our students. So thank you, and I plan on voting in favor of the superintendent's plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. Mr. Lobby?
First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who has participated today or have sent emails throughout the last few months. Even though I don't get a chance to respond to every email, I do read each and every one and definitely take them into consideration. I would like to say that I am also in support of Dr. McWilliams' plans to increase the amount of students returning to in-person. I think throughout my time on this committee and as we dealt with this issue, I have really tried to take this role and responsibility of being an elected official seriously, in a sense, especially being one of the only people of color on this committee. So in the beginning of the year, from September to about December, when our schools did not have the ventilators, when we wasn't ready, we didn't have the material resources to open up our schools, I was in favor of limiting the amount of students to be sent in person, which we did. In December, I did choose to go forward with the superintendent's plan that was shot down. And then in January, what has kind of changed my mind from increasing the amount of students we bring into school was that I did kind of get caught up in the rhetoric of consistency and just trying to keep things as normal as possible within this COVID world. And in that, I feel like I did do a little disservice to many of the people I feel like I do represent. And that's a lot of people in our community who are Black and brown, and a lot of people in our community who often don't feel like they have a voice or opportunity to be heard. We have tons of families who do not understand our democratic process, don't understand that they do have a voice, opinion, and that their struggles are not just unique, and that they also have the opportunity to voice and advocate for themselves. So I'm extremely glad to see the community come together at that last vote to really have their voices heard. And I just want to say that I'm in full support of the superintendent's plan. And I think moving forward, I think we have the leadership. We have a wonderful staff, brilliant staff that I think can get this all done, and we can try to be as safe as possible. As other members have stated, it's gonna be messy. There's gonna be some logistical problems here and there. There's gonna be short notice when we need to quarantine classrooms in certain times. But this is something that we, I believe, need to put this option back into our families. As elected officials, I do understand the power that we have to make such decisions, but because we have struggled with this issue for so long, because there's no real right answer, I think the only thing we can do is not put that power back into the community's hand, put that power back into families, and allow them the opportunity to choose what is best for themselves, what is best to educate their children. And then as elected officials and as public servants, it's up to us to make sure whatever the community decides that we can make it happen in the safest way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Mr. Knight and then Ms. Grant.
Mr. Chairman, I have two things that I really want to point out. One of the people that spoke made a statement that I personally take umbrage at, that we have bought and paid for by the Pawtucket Teachers Union. That is BS, and that's all there is to it. I personally do not take any money from anyone. And you can check my records. I haven't taken any money from anyone at least 6 years. Now, the second thing I want to say is, I do realize, and I'm sorry for the grandfather clock, I do realize that several dozen people wish us to reconsider our opinion. That's fine. However, I do wish that people that stand and call themselves a public health expert would have the proper materials when they're quoting to us. And that does not help us making a decision when, in fact, that stuff isn't properly backed up by what is in the CDC guidelines. I will support this because this is what you've decided, we've all decided, so I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Ms. Grant.
I actually just have some questions about the plan. But first, I just want to start out by saying that after the last vote, I did some research and I paid attention a little bit more to the news and things that have been going on. And it might not be this particular strain, but it looks like, and I will give the credit where credit's due to Mr. Braun, that this is something that will stick around for a while, which leads me to quite a few concerns. We need to have a plan. I feel
Ms. Grant,
that we need to have a plan that we're going to be able to move forward with and open in September. If this does pass this evening, oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You're cutting out in and out, Ms. Grant.
Can you guys hear me?
Ms. Grant, you're cutting in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
We can. Can you start from the beginning?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I just have I have some concerns, and you know, I, like everyone else, have been reflecting on our last meeting, and like I said, I'll give credit where credit is due. And Mr. Braun at the last meeting pointed out to us that you know, this will be around for a while. This is our new norm, and if this is approved tonight, my hope is that the administration, the superintendent, and her staff will continue to give us updates on how we're going to move forward and live with this for a long period of time. Because I would think there has to be many parents who would prefer their children to be in school Monday through Friday, in high school. And when it comes to that, I just want to clarify that. For high school, 2 days a week, the students who want to go to school can sign up and go into the building and have their classes. And then 3 days a week, there'll be no teacher, but they'll have assignments on their computer. Is that what it will be, or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to clarify that. So what it would be, essentially, yes, it's a form of a flexible hybrid. What it would mean, though, the difference is it would be if you're an algebra teacher, you would have an assignment, you would be assigned a classroom of students with a schedule, and that would stay consistent whether those students were in person or on distance learning. So the Monday day would be a distance learning for all, both, with the exception of special populations, those populations that we've already identified that will be going every single day. But with the exception of those, it would be a distance learning day. For, let's say, for you as an algebra teacher, you would be on live meets with both your in-person students and your distance learning students. And then on Tuesday, or the second day, you would be in person with your in-person students, while asynchronous work would be in the Google Classroom for those students on distance learning. And then on Wednesday, you would have asynchronous assignments in the classroom for those students who are in person, while you have live meets with the students on distance learning. And the schedule will continue to be followed. And on Thursday, you would be once again in person with your students in the classroom, whilst asynchronous assignments would be in the Google
Pros.
So, and Friday, very same type of situation. So essentially, it's 2 days in person for those students that are going in person. The difference between this and a straight hybrid is it keeps the consistency of the teacher and the schedule. So let's just say that the community spread of the virus keeps going down, or the vaccine is becoming more available. Then now we already have our teachers and our schedules in place. Students are already going, and it would just be adding students to it. So in other words, as people get more comfortable, they would just be going on those in-person days.
Okay. I did freeze a little bit, so I didn't hear the whole thing. So I just kind of want to keep it simple and just kind of verify it again. So on Monday, a teacher will do distance learning with their students at home from high school, correct?
For high school, live.
For high school.
Yes, correct.
Yes, distance. But on, just say, 2 of those days that week, I don't really care what days they are.
Yeah, okay.
Like I said, I just want to keep it simple. If there are students who want to come in to learn for 2 days,
yes,
they will come into the building and the teacher will teach them plus do distance learning at home live stream?
No.
Or just put the work in their mailbox for them to work on?
It would be, the work would be, it's what we call asynchronous assignments. The work would be put in the Google Classroom. So the students would be working on it in their Google Classroom. It wouldn't be a live streaming where the teacher is teaching to the computer with students on distance learning and students in front of her in the classroom. That's live streaming, so that's not what this plan is. This is a flexible plan.
So all the students would be there working on this work together, but there won't be a teacher?
No, the student, so essentially 2 days a week, students who choose to come in person would be coming in person with their teacher, following with their teacher. They're always going to be with their same teacher, and they're always going to be following their same schedule. 2 days they'd be in person with their teacher. The other days they would be on, one day would be a live meet with also the distance learning students. So, and then the other 2 days, they would be working asynchronously at home in their Google Classroom on work that has been posted by the teacher in their Google Classroom, because that teacher would also be those 2 days teaching Google Meets specifically to the distance learning.
Okay, okay. I think I kind of got it, but and then why so long for them to go back to school, the high school students?
Yeah, I'd like to answer that. So first of all, I think it's really important for a gradual return, because as we stated before, there's many logistical things when you talk about a return. And so starting first with the elementary on March 1st, making sure that we have all their schedules set, the busing set, and then rolling out the middle school. That gives us an opportunity to work out any of the issues or concerns, and provides us an opportunity to focus more during that time while we're doing that, to make sure that we have the 9 through 12. We can work with those schools and those teachers on their particular schedules in getting all that data of the students who are going to be choosing in-person versus distance learning.
Okay, and then another question. Are we going to be giving our teaching staff the same, what's the word? Are we going to be giving our teaching staff, I don't want to say the same respect as we're going to be giving our distance learning students, but I know, you know, there are teachers who, you know, the kids maybe stay with their grandparents and things like that. Or do they, would our teachers have a choice to teach a distance learning class, or would they all be required to come back unless they had a 504 or a doctor's note or something? How will that work?
I understand your question, yes. So we will be following the MOU that we have with the teachers union, and we will be following the contract. If you're a teacher and you do not have a 504 or an accommodation, the expectation would be that you're returning to your classroom, whether it's physically with in-person students or on distance learning, and you will be holding a schedule of students. So I think what you're asking was, if I'm a particular teacher and I don't have an accommodation and I want to teach distance learning, would I be able to do that? Certainly, if we have gaps in distance learning, we would be looking, and we would do that by seniority. We'd be looking to make sure that we had teachers assigned to every distance learning class. But the way this flexible schedule is outlined, it actually keeps the teacher and the schedule consistent, which is slightly different than a regular straight hybrid approach, where you have students in person with a teacher and then distance learning with another teacher. So that's what I think the difference is.
Okay. You know, I have to say, I like the plan, but I do think that we, you know, need to kind of talk about it a little bit more, except for the high school. You know, I am going to vote for this, but I am going to ask that you and your administration kind of take into consideration some of the comments we had the other night, that were commented to you the other night in regards to, you know, the closure of Shea coming. You know, I think that we're in this for the long run. And I think this is going to be our new norm. And I think we need to, you know, continue to create plans and make changes. And I know we can't make it perfect, but
We lost you again, Miss Grant.
Oh,
Miss Grant?
the worst thing is this happens only when I speak. But like I said, I don't think this is the end. I think we do need to, provide something as we go along better. I do think it's a start. And I just want to make sure that the equity is there in regards to all three high schools. All three high schools will be treated the same?
Absolutely. And I do hear what you're saying. As you know, you stated with our public meeting the other night with the closure of Shea, it is because we'll be going on a hybrid type of schedule at that time as well. So it is a long period of time, and I do see that, and I feel that as well. What I can say about this flexible type of plan is, like you were saying, you hope that it's just the beginning and we can do more. By keeping the teachers consistent with their classroom in their schedule, once we get all that worked out, because we will have to make some adjustments between now and March 29th when they begin, by keeping them consistent, the same teacher with the same group of students, whether they're in person or on distance learning, that gives us a greater opportunity to continue to add students. They're already, if I'm a distance learning student in your algebra class and I've been on distance learning, but now, you know, my situation changed, or my parent, or I'm more comfortable coming to school. Now it's just, you're just going to go on those in-person days. So it will open up those opportunities, which is slightly different than the hybrid situation, which was a little bit more limited. So
Right.
that I am taking that into consideration, and we will continue
I
to
also
explore other
think-
opportunities.
But I also think, Superintendent, with that being said, we also still have a responsibility to our staff and students in regards to safety.
Yeah.
Just because we are sending our students back doesn't mean that safety is not in the forefront of our mind. So we have to remember, the more students that want to come back, we need to also provide the proper spacing, maybe an algebra class would need 2 rooms instead of 1 room. So it might be, I know teaching and substitutes are hard to come by right now, but maybe if it's possible, we try to stack up on our teaching staff for foreseeable, like it was mentioned numerous times tonight, we do have a surplus, and maybe we, need to focus more with that money on our students and try to be ready to make this a real new norm for them and something that they can work with every day and that the parents will be happy with.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Ms. Manolo?
Thank you. I'd like to start off by saying I am really happy to hear the responses from not only the parents and the teachers that spoke tonight, and I see everybody's point of view, but on this committee. In the 14 years that I've been on the committee, I have never seen a committee go against a superintendent. And this was the first time. Maybe it's happened before, but not since I've been here. Dr. McWilliams not only has been a lifelong resident of this city, she raised her children here, sent them to our schools, has been a teacher, a principal, and is now has a doctorate in education. And we have chosen her to lead our district. And we went against what her recommendation was, which meant to me at that point in time that we didn't have any respect for her and her leadership. And I know everybody else had their own points of view, but she is the one that we chose to put our trust in. And I'm glad today that people have, reevaluated where they stand on COVID and what it has done to our district, and that we need now to put the pieces back together. In December, we took a survey of our students. 3,026 of those students chose distance learning. 3,515 chose in person, and 2,100 did not respond. So the ultimate totals on the survey was 3,026 chose distance learning, but 5,615 chose in person. We ignored them, and that's not what we're here to do. We didn't give them any options. I know the person from Black Lives Matter, Bernice Morris, they were talking about the racial breakdown. We did a racial breakdown, and that's from the December information. For the Black and African American, distance learning was 802 students. For in-person learning and no responses, it was 1,860. For Hispanic and Latino, distance learning choice was 942. But for the in-person, it was 1,613. For the white, it was 1,029 for distance learning and 1,878. That's a big population to forget for all of them that needed us, and we failed them. We have people with social and emotional issues. We have IEPs, and I know our teachers and our administration are doing the best they can with what they have, but we let a huge amount of our population down. I had voted with the rest of the committee for to go against the superintendent based on the fact that we were going to have learning centers. But the more I thought about the learning centers and that it was a daycare center for all of our kids without educational opportunities or assistance given, that was no longer a choice. So I began rallying for that community that we forgot. Today, 2.7% is our COVID rate, and the rate in Pawtucket has also gone down. Hang on. Our students and families depend on the decision of the school committee to stand up for them, for all of them. Please be reminded that we currently have 4,804 students below grade level. In math, 2,345 are at risk, and in English, we have 3,647 at risk. Yes, we are making strides and improvement, and that's a great thing. But we have over 5,000 students that are at risk. How can we leave them at home to fend for themselves in conditions that none of us probably live in? You know, it's not fair. It's not what we're here for. I will always defend them. I have always defended them. And I am glad that the decisions among this committee have changed. They didn't have options. They didn't have the money to enroll in a private school. They didn't have the options that our teachers have at their ability, at their choice. I mean, the teachers are adults. They can choose a lot of different things. Our kids don't have that choice. So Dr. McWilliams, I will listen better and I will follow your lead as long as I believe it is true. And for the rest of the committee, thank you very much for your reconsideration. I know our teachers and our staff are going to roll with this and do the best that they are able to bring our children back up to par. And thank you.
Mr. Knight?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one thing to say to Dr. McWilliams. Not only was my vote not meant as a sign of disrespect, my vote was a sign of where the community was going with the pandemic at the time. And my vote now is the same thing. I felt that, and I still feel that, it's self-serving for me to change my vote because so many people said that, oh, you made a mistake. Well, I'm sorry. I feel that I didn't. And I feel that this committee did not disrespect Dr. McWilliams. We voted our consciences, which, Ms. Bonolo, if you didn't think it was your conscience, you shouldn't have voted it. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? I do have a couple of comments, and I will be brief. I know we have a lengthy agenda yet to get through. My vote a few weeks back was certainly not one of disrespect intended towards the superintendent, but rather I think it speaks to the collaborative relationship and working environment that this superintendent has established throughout the district with this committee and with our union partners. And it's funny to me that people who have trashed this committee will get on here and say that, you know, we should just look forward now. Like, we don't have a right to defend ourselves and we shouldn't take things so personally. I'll remind this committee that it wasn't merely ventilation that drove our decision. We had issues about social distancing. We had concerns about the electrical capacity. We had concerns about staffing. The community spread at the time was 22% in Pawtucket. So it wasn't just a question of ventilation. Superintendent, I applaud this modification. I think it serves the community well. I think this committee, from the last vote we took to tonight, has heard from a lot of community members. And I echo this committee's sentiment that those members should be applauded for their advocacy, both for in-person learning and for distance learning. So when we talk about how we got here tonight, I see things considerably different from some of my colleagues on the committee. I think this is representative of a committee that listens to its constituents, that reassesses, that resets when need be, that goes back to the drawing board, that has the tough discussions, and then that makes the decision that we believe to be in the best interest of our students and our staff. And let's not forget one thing: as employers of more than 1,000 people, we also have an obligation to provide a safe working environment for our staff. And anyone who says that we don't, or that means that we're being controlled by the union, is disingenuous at best. So as much as I appreciate the advocacy and the passion around this issue, for the personal shots and the roundabout cheap shots, both from members of this committee and members outside this committee, I think everyone should look in the mirror and assess, did they handle this situation the best they possibly could for the betterment of our students, our school district, and ultimately our city? With that said, I do want to specifically mention, and I want to thank Joe Brown. Joe and I have disagreed on this for months. Joe and I have had multiple conversations about this on Zoom and on the phone, and I believe that they have all been respectful, and Joe has brought a perspective to this that has helped shape my decision tonight. So I think that's what makes the city great, is people get involved, they advocate, they reach out directly. We've had multiple conversations, and allow for people to adapt their thinking, to change their mind, to reassess and reevaluate. That's what they elected us to do. I think that's what this committee is doing tonight. Superintendent, I applaud the modifications, and I will be supporting the proposal you put forward. I will ask that this committee remains completely transparent as we go through this process. And Superintendent, I would ask that you create with our IT department some type of portal that reports out, if not daily, at least weekly, so we keep our community informed of how many uncovered classes we had, how many quarantines we had, how many positive cases we had. We need to share this with our community as we go through this phased in reopening. I want to be as transparent as possible, and I want the information posted publicly so that people can assess what an in-person return really looks like. So, there being any other discussion on this? If not, there's a motion on the floor to approve the superintendent's phased in reopening of Pawtucket Public Schools. It's been seconded. There's no further discussion. Roll call on the approval, please.
Ms. Bonello,
Yes.
Ms. Doobie,
Yes.
Ms. Grant. Ms. Grant,
Sorry, yes.
thank you. Mr. Knight,
Yes.
Mr. Larby,
Yes.
Mr. Marino,
Yes.
Mr. Shabano.
Yes. All right, we will move along. School committee options for financial assistance to the city. You are all in receipt of an email correspondence that was sent to me. I had forwarded that to the committee shortly thereafter I received it, for informational purposes only. At the time, it discusses the projected deficit the city is facing. It also talks of the projected surplus that the school department is facing. So with that, I will turn it over to the superintendent, who was tasked with our CFO of providing us options for this. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you, Chair Charbonneau, and thank you also for the vote that you just took. I will like to say that the CFO, Melissa Devine, and myself and Attorney Conley did meet on several occasions and reviewed and analyzed ways in which we can help the city. And I'm actually going to ask our CFO, Mrs. Devine, to share what we came up with that is the most effective way and most appropriate assistance to provide support that is directly related to our schools and education.
Thank you, Dr. McWilliams. Thank you, everyone. So tonight, after what Dr. McWilliams said and discussions with legal counsel and Dr. McWilliams, we feel that the best recommendation to put forth to you in support of your request at the last meeting to give a recommendation is to possibly contribute $1.6 million towards the city's net debt. And when I say the net debt service, it's net of the housing aid. So that would be the net cost to the city for their debt service this year for fiscal year 21.
All right.
Make a motion to approve.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Knight to approve the recommendation of our CFO and superintendent to absorb the debt service for fiscal 21. Fiscal 21 in the amount of 1.6 million, Melissa?
Correct. It's approximately 1.6 million. I think it's 1,575,000 change.
So of our surplus, we would take on the debt service for the city in that amount of 1.6 million. There's a motion by Mr. Knight. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Bonolo. Discussion on this? Ms. Bonolo?
Ms. Devine, can you explain that better for us? Is that something that we would normally pay?
So typically the bonds each year are paid by the city of Pawtucket. And these bonds that we're referencing get housing aid because they're for school projects. And as you know, through the years, we've been contributing to school construction. So we felt that after the discussion that in support that we would take these school bonds for this year and recommend that that would be the best way to support the city by contributing additional to the capital projects that we've been doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Knight.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, is this going to affect next year's maintenance of effort?
I'll pass that along to our financial expert on the call. Ms. Devine?
So this doesn't, and Attorney Conley, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me, but this doesn't affect the maintenance of effort in the sense that we already contribute prior year surpluses to our capital reserve fund. And with that being said, this essentially is projected surplus. So I would, if it is approved by the committee, it would be essentially the same. Did I misspeak, Mr. Conley?
No, that's accurate. That's one of the reasons why we're recommending payment in terms of the source and what it's for, because it would meet those requirements. And you said it exactly right.
Contributing that amount, will that leave us with sufficient funds to do any additional COVID safety that we may need along the way?
At this point and after the vote, of course, projections change. So I'm confident in our numbers. And yes, we have had some additional funding that has been provided for COVID relief. And we have purchased, in addition to the air purifiers that we have been given, we've bought PPE and we've purchased additional purifiers, and we also experience savings from, general day-to-day operations with the schools being partially opened. So yes, I'm confident that should we need additional COVID, yes, and there are other funding sources out there as well.
Ms. Doobie.
I want to definitely voice my support for this. I think that the city, over the entire time I have been on committee, has continually supported us as we go out to bond. And we have gone out to bond for a lot of money, and we've been doing construction throughout our city, and we are about to continue with 4 more schools over the next 4 years. And I'm very cognizant of the fact that that support is a two-way street, and this is bonding for our school buildings. And I see this as a way of supporting and continuing that relationship as we, city and school, because school construction is a shared responsibility, and it's this partnership that's made Pawtucket a standout in the state, where other committees have struggled with their cities and towns to go out to bond. So I really appreciate this way to use this money to invest in our school buildings.
Thank you, Ms. Dewey. I will just, I'll make a couple of comments. I think it's the right thing to do. I want to be clear, and Melissa and Dr. McWilliams, please correct me if I misspeak, but this is a one-time surplus because of the decision this committee made to start the year on distance learning. We had busing savings and we had substitute payment savings. This is not a reoccurring issue in the Pawtucket School Department where year after year we're sitting on a $2 or $3 million surplus. So for the naysayers out there in the community that are going to say that we're taking educational dollars, that's not the case. These dollars were earmarked and budgeted for busing and for substitutes and the like. The fact that we didn't open on a decision this committee made resulted in the surplus being what it is this year. This committee has been both under Patty DeCenzo's leadership and now under Cheryl's leadership, very fiscally responsible. Melissa has made sure of that fact over the years. And I think we've been able to contribute what we can year after year to our capital reserve fund to start these smaller projects. The city has been right there behind us and alongside us, both from the council perspective and the mayor's office in supporting these huge bonds. And to Ms. Doobie's point, there were communities who were ready with their stage 2 to go, and they couldn't get the bonding done between the municipal partners. While we may disagree on topics from time to time, and those disagreements may get heated and elevated, we are one city, and we all share the common responsibility of protecting the taxpayer base here. So, Melissa, thank you for the options and the quick turnaround. I will be fully supportive of the debt service in the amount of 1.6 million. Any other discussion on this? There being none, roll call on the approval, please.
Ms. Finello?
Yes.
Ms. Doobie?
Yes.
Ms. Grant?
Yes.
Mr. Nye?
Yes.
Mr. Larby?
Yes.
Mr. Marino?
Yes.
Mr. Charbonneau?
Yes. Approval to award Herff Jones Inc. for diploma covers and certificates. Melissa, are you taking this one?
Yes, so very quickly, We recently went out to bid for diploma certificates and covers, and 2 bids came in. One was from Herf Jones, and one was from Jostens. And the lowest bidder was Jostens at $4.35 for a set, which is the cover and the certificate. And that annual cost would be approximately $2,066 for a 3-year cost of $6,198. Whereas Jostens pricing was $566 a set. The annual cost would be $2,689 and a 3-year cost of $8,066. So I'm recommending that we go with Herf Jones for the 3-year estimated cost of $6,198.75. And it should be noted that Herf Jones was also the previous vendor awarded for the diploma certificates and covers.
Motion to
award
approve.
Second. Motion to approve the award to Herf Jones in the amount of $6,198.75 by Ms. Grant and Mr. Knight, seconded by Ms. Bonolo. Any discussion on the award to Herf Jones? There being none, roll call on the award, please.
Ms. Bonolo,
Yes.
Ms. Searby,
Yes.
Ms. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Knight,
Yes.
Mr. Larby,
Yes.
Mr. Marino,
Yes.
Mr. Charbonneau.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, approval of budget transfers. Melissa.
Yes. So before you this
The
evening,
meeting over to you, Melissa.
oh my goodness. So before you this evening, we have a number of transfers that we're recommending, and I'll be happy to read through them. And so the first one is from the facilities department. We're looking to transfer $60,000 to rental of equipment. And this is for the Curvin generator and heaters. We currently have a project that is ongoing to replace the heating system. And so in order to properly heat the building, I believe we did this last year, and doing it again this year, we've rented the heaters. So that's $60,000, and we would take the money from general repair and maintenance and move it to rental of equipment.
Motion to approve.
Oh, wait, I got a whole list. Do you want to take them together?
Can we take them all together, please?
That's fine with me.
They're listed as one item, so we'll take them all together.
Okay. So the second one is for $20,500, and this is the cost of moving the classrooms. So when the school was using the 4 locations to open in September, we actually had CRF funds to do that move, which unfortunately those funds were only good until December. And in order to move the classrooms back for reopening that we had planned to use all of our buildings, we needed to hire the movers for $20,500, and we're taking that money from, we'd like to take that money from maintenance and repairs and move it to, it's called moving and rigging. The third one is from the business office. This is $35,000. This was an unexpected cost for cleaning for the buses. That was not part of the original contract. So while we have savings in transportation, cleaning really belongs under a cleaning object code for UCOA purposes. So we're requesting to move $35,000 from the transportation budget to a cleaning service budget. The next one is facilities, and this is for $13,118. Over the past few years, it comes up that we replace floors in classrooms, and part of that is done by the good work of John Cody's team of maintenance. And so we would like to purchase floor tiles to have on hand and some other maintenance supplies related to repairs. And in taking that from general repairs and maintenance for $13,118 and moving that over to maintenance supplies. The next one is from the business office. This is actually to outfit the remaining part of the district, other than the schools that will be renovated in the near future, with new cafeteria tables. The amount is $249,600. It's a rough estimate. We're looking to take this money from the substitute line and the related employer taxes. And again, that number is 249,600. The next budget transfer.
Can I just get a clarification? Sorry, I so I don't forget this one.
Yeah.
On the cafeteria tables, is that also not Matt Green or Potter Burns who?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
No, I
Thank you.
apologize. I should have been clearer. Yes, it's not the schools that were just recently renovated or the schools that are projected in the near future in the 5-year plan. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Erin. So the next one is from the business office. It's $16,000. We have money in the budget to purchase a van for the technology department. Oftentimes, Hirsch's crew is running around with cots and things like that. And in order to do that, we've been having to rent a vehicle. And sometimes it holds things up because we don't have it at our disposal. So it makes sense to do that when we have to do a number of moves. So we have budgeted $25,000, but in reviewing what the real needs are, we need an additional $6,000 to cover the need for a technology. It's a transit van, and it's similar to couple of the other vans that we have in the district with the maintenance crew. And the last budget transfer request is for $20,000. This is for furniture and fixtures, and we are in need to supply a K classroom at Curtis, I believe. And we are purchasing, we'd like to purchase 10 to 12 desks and chairs. And in addition, we're moving a little bit of money so that we can purchase a few additional, so that way we have them on hand should any need to come up to replace them while we're purchasing these, so that we're not going out and cherry picking, buying one or two here and there. And that amount is $20,000, and it's coming from, when we did the budget last year, we had a loan, if everyone remembers, for the Jenks renovations. Well, with last year's savings, again, due to the closure of school in March, we paid off that loan early. So that was already in the budget. So we're looking to transfer 20,000 of that. And that's the last one.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Approve the budget transfers as read by our CFO, by Mr. Knight, seconded by Ms. Bonolo. Discussion on the budget transfers. Melissa, nice job with this, getting us what we need and making sure that that we keep moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
No further discussion. Roll call on the approval of the budget transfers.
Ms. Spinello,
Yes.
Ms. Doobie,
Yes.
Ms. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Knight, Mr. Knight,
Joe, you're muted.
Yes, sorry.
thank you. Mr. Larby,
Yes.
Mr. Marino,
Yes.
Mr. Charbonneau,
Yes. Approval of purchase 2021 transit cargo van for the technology department. I feel like we just talked about this, Melissa.
Motion to approve.
Motion of 2021 transit cargo van for technology by Ms. Bonolo, seconded by Ms. Grant. Was that you?
Yes.
Seconded by Ms. Grant. Any discussion on the purchase of the van? Mr. Knight?
I thought we bought a new one last year for that.
No.
What was the one we bought for last year?
I think we bought one 2 years ago for facilities office. And John, I think you're on this call. Is it a 2000, we have a 2018?
The last vehicle that we had purchased was a dump truck so we could use for purchasing the sanding. That's the last vehicle that we bought. That was, I think, 2 years ago.
All set, Mr. Knight? All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve the purchase of the van. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call on the van purchase, please. Ms. Bonolo, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to, commend Ms. Devine on her thriftiness on behalf of the district, because we don't have a fleet that's falling apart anymore. Our guys have reliable transportation, and that's
You
nice.
take all the credit, it's teamwork.
Good job.
Thank you.
Anything else? Roll call on the approval of the van purchase, please.
Ms. Finolo,
Yes.
Ms. Bonomo,
Yes.
Ms. Doobie,
Yes.
Ms. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Knight,
Yes.
Mr. Larby,
Yes.
Mr. Marino,
Yes.
Mr. Charbonneau,
Yes. All right, review and approval of Winter's recommendation to award the following bid packages. These are the RTAs that we have been in discussion about as both the facilities committee and then the entire school committee. And anyone who is still left in the public, these are bid packages that are gonna come fast and furious as we begin or continue the work of transforming this school district. So this is, Holly, are you on? Hirsch, is Holly on?
Let me check. She did send me a list of,
You know what, I can go through them, Hirsch.
Okay.
Fairly,
she is on if you want.
if you want to bring her in, I'll have her speak to him.
Sure. This, thought I just saw her pop on.
Yeah. Holly, are you on?
I am.
Good evening. Sorry for the delay, but you are up. For the
Wonderful.
approval of Winter's recommendation to award the following bid packages. We'll take them all together, Holly, if you want to go through them, and then we'll have a motion at the end.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chairman. Well, we have 5 recommendations to award for different trades for the new construction of Winters. Gilbane has received multiple bids for each of the trade divisions. The first is for the general labor and carpentry package, and it is the recommendation of Colliers that the Pawtucket School Department awarded to Excel Construction Corp. In the amount of $418,913. This is under the estimated budget by approximately $2,000, and 100% of this contract would be an MBE participation. Next is the concrete package. It is the recommendation of Colliers that Pawtucket School Department approve the Marshall and Sons, Inc. in the amount of $2,191,000 for the concrete package. And this is under the estimated budget by approximately $32,000. Next is the structural steel package. It is the recommendation of Colliers that the Pawtucket School Department choose alternate 1 for HB Welding, Inc. It's an award amount of $2,485,000. This, by choosing HB Welding, which was the second lowest bid by only 2.2%, this will result in achieving approximately 50% of the MBE participation for the entire project. So, and this again is 100% MBE, and in the lowest bid, with the difference between the two again was 2.2%. Next is the temporary electric. It's the recommendation of Colliers to have the Pawtucket School Department choose James J. O'Rourke in the amount of $19,899. And this is under the estimated budget by approximately $4,200. And the last is the site work package, and is the recommendation of Colliers that the Pawtucket School Department choose Catalano Construction, Inc. in the amount of $2,855,705. This one is $202,000 under the estimated budget.
Motion to approve all 5.
Second.
Motion to approve the 5 recommendations by Colliers for award of bid packages as read by Mr. Merce, by Mr. Knight, seconded by Ms. Grant, and was it Mr. Lobby, I believe. Discussion on the bid packages? Ms. Bonolo.
I just have a question about the MBE.
Yes,
So you said that the one that goes for the steel
yes.
will meet our needs by 50%.
No, yes, so, I'm sorry.
But we can exceed that, correct?
Yes, the goal is 10% of the overall project. So this is a wonderful start to really jumpstart that. So this particular contract alone is 50% of the 10% required. So based on the ratio of MBE participation, the district should do very well.
But they're going to continue to look for MBEs
Absolutely.
in excess.
Yes, of course. Yes,
Thank you.
of course.
Anything else on this? Roll call on the bid awards, please.
Ms. Spinello,
Yes.
Ms. Doobie,
Yes.
Ms. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Knight,
Yes.
Mr. Larby,
Yes.
Mr. Marino,
Yes.
Mr. Charbonneau.
Yes. All right, we are at the discussion item portion of our agenda. As we normally do, we will take them all, and I'll open the floor. Budget transfers, monthly vendor report, overtime report, or maintenance work order summary. I see no hands going once. Anyone have a comment or on any of those items? There being none, we'll move to the superintendent's update. Superintendent?
Yes, so I would just like to say thank you to each of you, and once again to all those who participated tonight. We are looking forward, I am looking forward to this gradual return of our students in person. So thank you, and everyone have a great night and a great week.
All right, school committee member updates. Ms. Spinello?
Thank you, everyone, for all the positive votes and input that you've given tonight. Our families, our students, I'm sure, including our teachers, appreciate it. And have a good night.
Mr. Knight?
Thank you to everyone. Good night.
Mr. Lobby?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, thank everyone for their comments and participating publicly throughout the last few months. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your week and be safe, y'all.
Ms. Grant?
First of all, I want to thank everyone, the committee, the parents, the administration. I think it took a lot of teamwork to come to the right decision to pass and vote for the correct plan for our students. I still think we have a long way to go. I think, this is the new norm. So, with that being said, one thing I do want to touch on tonight, normally, I would take the high road and I wouldn't comment. But I was very disappointed tonight in Ms. Bonolo. I think we all should be here for the students and the teachers. The students because we educate them. And like Erin said earlier, they are our biggest asset. The teachers because they are our employees, as in the superintendent and the assistant superintendents. I think as grown adults, we can agree to disagree and work on trying to come up with a good plan without calling us out, stating that we disrespected our superintendent. I know myself, I've had nothing but respect for her. We've had several conversations. I don't believe the superintendent just listens to me. I believe she hears me. And I want to say the same back. I think when she speaks to me, I hear her also. And that's what I call teamwork. What I don't call teamwork is placing on a social media page in an email to people, notifying them that this is going to be on the agenda, the item that we spoke tonight, prior to any of the members knowing about it. So it does hurt me in, to see someone calling us out and disrespecting our superintendent when she herself disrespected us as a group. If anyone needs me to expand on that, reach out to me privately. But I just want to again say thank you to everyone, and I do appreciate the teamwork from the people who do want to be part of the team. Have a great night.
Mr. Marino.
Yeah. So I just want to thank the entirety of the community who expressed their views, and also I just want to thank the entirety of district, and I want to express my extreme satisfaction for the superintendent and then also the respect I have for her as well. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Marino. Ms. Doobie.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just wanted to say I haven't been shy about saying that I'm disappointed with state leadership throughout this process. But I do want to say that I looked at Dr. McWilliams as an example of what leadership should look like during this. After the last meeting, 2 meetings ago, after about a month ago, I have had multiple conversations with Dr. McWilliams, and I have been transparent about what I need to see in this plan to vote in the affirmative. And Dr. McWilliams has listened to me. Some things she's decided to go in a different direction, and I've listened to her. It's been a conversation the entire time, and I see that conversation reflected in this plan, and I see what other committee members have said, and I see what the public has said reflected in a plan that is never going to be perfect for everyone. But ultimately, that is what leadership is. And I thank our superintendent for leading us during the most difficult time most of us have ever lived through. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, and I will be brief. It's been a long meeting, but I appreciate the superintendent and the conversations we've had. And to be clear, the superintendent made a recommendation a month ago that we didn't accept, but she didn't give up. She reached out. She proposed different scenarios. She listened to the feedback, and she adapted it and presented a plan that got the approval of this committee. So, and I just want to caution, nobody won in this. There are no winners and losers. Ultimately, there will be a portion of our students who are still underserved. And as long as that exists, for anybody to stand up and say that somehow they came out on the winning side when there's still a segment of our student body that's underserved in my view, is disgraceful. So I applaud the work of of the school department, the team. You know, we often talk about the superintendent, but this stuff doesn't happen by one person driving it. It happens by those around her and her leadership team getting in and not settling and you know, raising the expectations of all of us. So thank you. Good night. At this point, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Knight, seconded by Mr. Labby and Mr. Marino. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Have a great night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.